Good evening, everyone. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Anna Braun.
Here.
Timothy Cummings. Antoinette Evola.
Here.
Jamie Falco.
Here.
Louis Figueroa.
Here.
Lori Herrick.
Here.
Lee Woo Hung. Wilbur Pan.
Here.
Mary Ann Tanius.
Here, we have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Law was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interests is discussed and acted upon. In accordance with the provisions of this act, the East Brunswick Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published by having the date, time, and place thereof posted at the Board of Education offices located at 760 Route 18, East Brunswick, New Jersey. Written notice was also provided to the Sentinel, the Newark Star Ledger, the Home News Tribune, the Alternative Press of East Brunswick, and the Municipal Clerk of East Brunswick. All Board of Education meetings, with the exception of executive session discussions, are videotaped for later broadcast. It is the policy of the Board of Education that videotaped meetings are not edited for any purpose. Individuals who speak at the board's public meetings should be aware of these videotaping rules. Okay, we have a need for a closed session. Whereas the Board of Education must discuss matters which are not appropriate for discussion in public meeting, and whereas these subjects are within the exceptions to the Open Public Meetings Act and are permitted to be discussed in closed session pursuant to NJSA 10-4-12B, and whereas the Board of Education intends to discuss matters as listed in the agenda, whereas the length of the closed session is estimated to be 1 hour, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and action will be taken. Now therefore be it resolved that the East Brunswick Board of Education will recess into closed session for only the aforesaid subjects, and be it further resolved that the East Brunswick Board of Education hereby declares that its discussion of the aforesaid subjects will be made public at a time when the public's interest in disclosure is greater than any privacy or governmental interest being protected from disclosure in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act. Do we have a motion?
Move.
Wilbur?
Second.
And Jamie. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. We are in closed. We will see you in 1 hour. Okay, good evening, everyone. We are back from closed session. We are jumping right into our superintendent's report.
Good evening. I had the pleasure of attending Churchill's Junior High School's production of Legally Blonde Junior on Friday, March 27th. I was thoroughly impressed by the caliber of talent on display. The students put on a truly fantastic show, and I think I had the song playing in my head for a while. The East Brunswick Special Education Department recently partnered with the Special Education Parents Advisory Group, CPAC, to host a highly successful Transition Resource Fair at the East Brunswick Public Library, which board members and I had the pleasure of attending. The event brought our community together, connecting families with knowledgeable vendors and essential support networks. Thanks to the time, expertise, and commitment of our community partners, families were able to access valuable resources, ask important questions, and leave feeling more confident about navigating the next steps for their children. Congratulations to our Middlesex County Unsung Heroes. On Wednesday, March 25th, I joined district administrators and board members at the Middlesex County Unsung Heroes ceremony. We are proud to recognize Ilya Sopran and Catherine Savigny as East Brunswick's High School's Middlesex County Unsung Heroes this year. This recognition honors students who make outstanding contributions to their schools and communities, often without seeking the spotlight. Ilya and Kate exemplify resilience, kindness, and dedication, whether overcoming challenges, modeling good citizenship, or quietly inspiring those around them. They represent the very best of our school community. Their commitment to making a difference does not go unnoticed, and we were honored to celebrate their achievements. Our special programs at Hughes completed their butterfly projects to benefit the Seeing Eye organization in Morristown. During this project, the students learned about how guide dogs were raised and trained, as well as how the dogs assist those who are blind. The students also collected towels, wrote letters, cards, and attended a life skills trip to PetSmart. The project culminated on Tuesday, April 7th, when I joined Hammersholt for a visit from the Middlesex County Puppy Pals. The students enjoyed a live demonstration of training techniques and had the wonderful opportunity to interact with the puppies firsthand. I think it was Teddy and Oreo. It was Oreo and Teddy. I can't remember the one, but it was really fun. The East Brunswick School Counseling Department hosted their annual college and career fair in March. The high school welcomed over 100 admissions representatives, alongside a diverse array of trade schools, military recruiters, and test preparation experts. This event provided a platform for our students and their families to engage in meaningful face-to-face conversations about their post-secondary future. Churchill Junior High School's Positive Behavior Support in Schools, PBSIS Committee, hosted a March Madness Pie in the Face showdown during the month of March. Staff members competed in a bracket-style competition to raise funds and determine the ultimate winner, who would be pied in the face during a school-wide live stream. The competition ended on a sweet note with plenty of laughs. The entire school community came together to raise a total of $315. After surveying the school community, it was determined that all proceeds will be donated to court-appointed special advocates of Middlesex County, CASA. Yes, we did. Like that? In honor of Autism Awareness Month, Central students recently enjoyed an inclusive high-energy assembly with turtle dance music led by Matt Mazer, a specialist in autism intervention. This sensory-friendly performance used music, bubbles, and technology to engage students of all abilities in a joyful, accessible environment. Thank you to the East Brunswick Education Foundation, EBEF, for their generous grant that made this assembly possible. The Community Programs Department continues to offer free adult school programming through the Middlesex County Adult Education Consortium. These free programs include high school equivalency preparation, GED, English as a second language, ESL, and citizenship preparation classes, and are funded through state and federal grants provided by the New Jersey Department of Labor. We are proud to share that for the first time in the program's history, East Brunswick has received an A rating from the New Jersey Department of Labor. This distinction is based on key performance indicators, including student enrollment, measurable literacy gains, GED attainment, and citizenship achievement. This recognition reflects the dedication of our staff and the hard work and commitment of our adult learners. We are incredibly proud of this accomplishment and the diverse, vibrant community that continues to thrive within our program. Congratulations to our March High School Athletes of the Month. You're going too fast.
Karen, you're one ahead.
You're one ahead. Students were selected for this honor by the coaching staff based on performance, demonstration of leadership, effort in practice, and for modeling exceptional character. I recently joined Dr. Boucher's Principals Council, which is composed of student leaders, and learned about Relay for Life. Last year, the high school raised over $16,000 for the American Cancer Society through this National Honor Society event. They are aiming for even higher this year with club-led activities and community fundraisers. So if you would like to support the cause, that purple bucket is there for you. Donations are being accepted right there. I'm going to pass it down to the board. You all do it. We have some exciting events happening in April through the Arts Department. East Brunswick High School proudly presents SpongeBob the Musical, an exciting and high-energy production. I know that's going to be fun. Join us for the upcoming performances. Shows run April 17th, April 18th, 24th, and 25th at 7 p.m. with a special 3 p.m. matinee on Sunday, April 19th. Tickets are available at ebhsdrama.org. The 17th annual Night of Jazz concert will be presented on Tuesday, April 21st at 6:30 p.m. at the Joanne Magistro Performing Arts Center. This concert is funded in partnership with the East Brunswick Education Foundation and the Mario the Carolus Memorial Music Fund. The concert features performances by the Hammarskjold, Churchill, and high school jazz ensembles. This year, the special guest artist will be the Rutgers Contemporary Jazz Ensemble, directed by Rutgers jazz professor Kenneth Davis. Additionally, earlier in the day, a jazz masterclass will be provided for the high school jazz ensemble by musicians from the Rutgers jazz staff. Tickets are available at ebarts.booktix.com. Now let's talk about Frost. Joe, can we talk about Frost?
Yeah, let's talk
Okay.
about Frost.
Let's talk about Frost.
So, as some in the community, especially around Frost, learned, we are looking at redoing the parking lot. What you're seeing on the screen now is the current parking lot, which contains 56 parking spaces. Currently at Frost, there are over 90 staff members assigned there. The current parking lot, hard to believe, but buses do go into that parking lot and drop off kids. Parents drop off in the front of the building. The current parking lot does not have any stormwater drainage, so when it does rain, it causes flooding off as water runs off. So if you go to the next slide, Karen, this is the proposed plan. Before I get into the proposed plan, I just want to note that this is being funded through the shared services agreement. This project has been in the works for over 4 years. For those that are not familiar with the shared services agreement, those funds are earmarked for specific projects, capital projects, one-time expenses. They can, the shared service money cannot be used for recurring expenses. It's a loan. We work with the township for capital needs. So this project increases the parking to 94 spaces. It creates a bus loop in front of the school, so it totally separates bus traffic from parent drop-off, student interaction. As you will see, as you come off of the road, parents will go into the big parking lot, and there's a loop that will allow parents to drop off and also go into the parking lot, removing all the traffic off of the streets in that neighborhood. It's important to note that this, like I said, it's been going designed for a while. There have been times when the school, neighbors there have had to call the police department because of parking issues. We've had over the years several, fender benders with buses because it's the old parking lot, current parking lot is extremely tight. Karen, if you go back to the previous slide, just want to point out at the opening of the parking lot, a lot of parents would drop off and students would have to cross the parking lot where buses are going in, causing a hazardous situation. So you can go back to the next slide, Karen. A couple things on the parking lot itself. There is stormwater drainage in excess of what the requirement is by the DEP. There is a guardrail on the outside of the parking lot. There will be a retaining wall there and a 6-foot fence. The lighting of the parking lot is designed specifically to keep the light directed away from our neighbors. It will allow for appropriate parking when we do have, back to school night, parent-teacher conferences, et cetera. So, I know that those that attend Frost can attest to the issues during arrival and dismissal, and they're looking forward to this renovation. One of the community concerns was taking away some of the field. As you can see from the picture shown, there's still plenty of field access. The current parking lot will be replaced by 2 grass fields. That will allow us in the future, if the board chooses at the time, to put in a gym down the road. Right now, Frost has a multi-purpose room which shares the cafeteria and gym. So, it's planning for the now, but also the future, allowing that flexibility. So I think I hit all the highlights.
Yeah, does the board have questions?
I have a question. The little green square on the left corner, what's that? Is that going to be a basketball court?
Yes, they're redoing the basketball court, and it'll have fencing around it.
And then that grass area that's in that right corner, is that going to be accessible to children to play in, or is that just an empty spot?
Where it's like the other green, you're close, you can point to it. Yeah, so that represents,
baseball field, right?
right, and based off of feedback from the school itself, that it's a quasi, I wouldn't call it a baseball field because we don't maintain, like a
that's
quick
what it
ball.
looked like.
Yes, so there will be an impact to part of that field, but the principal, the staff feel like there's still plenty of room to set up what they need. So, but we did confirm that baseball field is not used by like the rec department,
No,
the
I
Little
know.
League, or anything like that. That was a concern. We didn't want to take away fields, but it's not being used to that capacity.
Lou?
Joe, so you're saying that if we make these changes, this will address certain security in terms of students crossing the road? This will help make it a
Yes.
safer situation for kids as they're being dropped off?
Yes.
To do over?
Yeah, and I think it's important for the community to note, we met with the police department, the fire department, the officer of John Cossack, whatever he is, the
OEM,
OEM, thank you.
Classic.
Office of Emergency Management.
So, and they all had positive feedback into this plan about the safety. We met with the planning board, implemented their recommendations, some of their suggestions. And, I think everybody is good to go with the plan as it is now. We did increase the buffer between the parking lot, the lanes that you see in the neighbors, to the, I would say, southeast of where the parking lot is,
Right.
to give a little bit more buffer, so we're not right on top of them. There will be some reduction of trees, but those trees are on our property. So,
All right, and this, the final question is, you also mentioned the drainage, because I know drainage can lead to erosion and whatnot, so that's also going to be,
yes.
part of that will be
Yeah,
taken
so
care of?
this project qualifies as a major project based off of the square footage of the parking lot. So we're required to have certain square footage of rain runoff. And I'm not an engineer, so don't exactly quote me on this, but the requirement was like 50-something feet, and we're at like 70-something feet for this. There's a retaining wall, and they will have like weeping spots where the groundwater can get out of it.
Okay.
But that groundwater is not the water that's going to be accumulated from the parking lot, right? That's just the natural groundwater, not the runoff. The runoff all has catch basins, and so.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Wilbur?
Joe, thanks for the pictures. It's very helpful. So just to make sure I understand this correctly, it is true that the new parking lot extends further into the field, but the 2 green squares to the left of the parking lot next to the Frost building itself, that's actually currently parking lot, and so it's more of a repositioning of the open space rather than
Yes.
a lot.
So we're losing some grass field in tree line, right? That's
Yep.
not usable space by the kids, but we are gaining those two areas.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm with there, and I actually understand the drop-off issue because I've had occasion to go by Frost on a number of times over the years when drop-off was happening, and it's pretty nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My understanding is people that live in that neighborhood will plan their day around the drop-off and pick up because it's a little bit much.
Jamie?
I'm a Frost parent. Yes, it's a lot for the people. The way the traffic patterns are, people make K-turns in front of other cars that are going around the circle. I've seen near accidents. People I care about, my neighbors who do work at the schools, are parking in the street. They're at risk of getting hit crossing the street where there's no crossing guard, or they can walk, go around where the crossing guard is if they're still there at their shift, and then come up the other side of the road, walking against the circle. So I appreciate anything that offers safety. This won't impact any of the new equipment that was just installed. I think Frost just got new playground equipment within the last couple years.
No, the playgrounds are on the left side. It's kind of those gray areas, circles to the left of the basketball courts, so.
And then my final question is, do we have any opportunity to, maybe not with this budget cycle, but in the future, consider additional landscape features that will offset the nature impact? You mentioned that we are within rights to remove trees. And while I don't agree with adding islands into parking lots that would create plow issues, maybe there's somewhere else we can plant a couple
Yeah.
things.
The plan is to, where it's feasible and where we can maintain it between the driveway, parking lot, the outside of it and the fence, to put the appropriate shrubbery where we're not incurring a lot of additional costs, because it's difficult to
Yeah, of
cut
course.
grass and stuff there. So that is part of the plan
Okay.
as we take down to also
Thank you.
replenish.
Appreciate it.
That's a good question. Actually, what I was wondering, that's why I asked you if that area back there was going to be accessible to children, because I thought that would be a cute area for them maybe to have a little farm, a garden. They can do maybe like a club, a garden.
Yeah, sounds like a good project for the garden club.
Tim?
Just real quick, Joe.
Sorry.
Thank you for the presentation. Can you explain the wall and fence that is going in? Where is that located?
So along the tree line, so if you go onto the property, onto the parking lot, the two lanes that go around, that's where the retaining wall will be. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yes, that's where the retaining wall will be. Oh, see? Oh, you got too close, Vanna. You got too close, Vanna. Yeah. Yeah, so, so
Oh, fancy.
that's where the retaining wall will be. Then there is going to be a 6-foot solid fence that goes around, and then the guardrail. So God forbid there is any type of accident, the car's not going over the retaining wall. And I just want to reiterate, everything is, all the plans are submitted to the state for review, the Department of Ed for review. That's taken place. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I did have one more question. When is it expected to begin, and how long will the project take to
All right.
complete?
So we are out the bid, so the bids will be back soon. We hope to start the project before school lets out, where we can start the project where it's not impacting operations, and have it done 2 weeks before school starts. So it's a very aggressive timeline. Our professionals feel it can be done. Now we're just looking for a very favorable bid to come in so we can hit the ground running.
I think it's important to note that this planning started 4 years ago. Just want to be clear that this is not something that we just started. It started 4 years ago, and it's part of the long range. It was in the long range facility plan, right? If I understand that. So for us, coming in December, this was already in motion, and we just picked up the baton. I do understand that members of the Frost community felt like they were not consulted or were not part of it. So I think for us, coming in December and doing that, it was at the tail end. We assumed and that was already done. So I do apologize to those in the Frost community who felt like we bypassed them and did not ask for their input or anything of that nature. It was way beyond that, and this is a whole different type of project when it comes to facilities. It's not something the board votes on, right?
We voted in
voted
October.
You voted in October before I even got here. So I think that's obviously, there's a miscommunication there, and hence some of the angst that that the community is feeling around this project. But it truly enhances our Frost School community, but most importantly, keeps people safe.
Yeah. So if I can just, Matt, I need your help here for a second. But if I can just add to that, so the board did vote on this in October, and in fact, before voting, when I saw this on the agenda, I went over to Frost to see what drop-off looked like, and it was a nightmare. So I can completely understand, and what I was told was that families have been advocating for this for years, like fix the drop-off and pick-up at Frost. In fact, I spoke to a mom today whose kids, one just graduated high school last year, and she's like, oh, you guys are finally doing this? We've been asking for it since she was in kindergarten. So this is, as much as there's some resistance, there's also people who've been looking forward to this. But what I was also told was that projects like this only require approval from the Department of Education. They don't require notices to the people who live around there, so those were done as a courtesy also, right?
That's
Yeah.
correct, yes. So whenever a public entity like a school board does a project in a town, they go before the planning board for a courtesy review, just to get their input. In conjunction with the town, this board and this leadership gave notice. So if I do something to my house, or there's a private developer, they have to give notice to everyone within 200 feet of the property line. Public entities aren't required to, but this board did do that and gave notice to everyone within 200 feet of the Frost property line that there was a hearing before the planning board, and they had an opportunity to go to the planning board. The planning board did hear it and made suggestions, and those suggestions are being implemented in this whole construction.
Yeah.
So we worked with the town engineer, the school's engineer, and it was a very collaborative
Yeah.
effort.
Yeah. So our commitment is not bound by just what we're obligated to do, because what we would have been obligated to do is nothing. But we did notify the community because, we felt that was important and necessary. The law is one thing, but what we want to build is something entirely different. So we're committed to doing that, and that's why we noticed everybody who lives within that 200 feet.
And we actually had this conversation earlier in the year about what our obligation was to the planning board, to the public in regards to projects like this. And my recollection is the same, that, and I'm sure Matt is backing us up on this, that we actually, the law does not require us to do anything yet. We took the steps to engage the public and partner with the planning board in taking their input, which I think, shows our commitment to transparency and working with the town.
Yeah. Agreed.
That was the direction of the board and administration to work very collaboratively with the town and to notify anybody within the 200-foot notice requirements under the law. You guys went above and beyond, and there's a cost to that. You're mailing postage to, I don't know how many people were mailed, but it was
Yeah.
quite a few people.
Yeah, and I mean, the board even said at the time, like, we'll pay for the cost of, I mean, we didn't, it ended up being paid for, but we were like, we'll pay for the cost of making sure people are aware, just because of how important it was to us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody else? Okay, we can move on. All right. All right.
for the update.
Thanks, Joe. Okay. So we have our special reports. The East Brunswick Education Association is going to be talking about the National Education Association and the Educational Support Professionals Mentoring Grant.
So good evening, everyone. My name is Seema Nadkar, and I'm a proud educational support professional. I work in a self-contained autism classroom, and this happens to be my 25th year in the district. A journey that has shaped who I am and strengthened my commitment to the work that I do every day. I also have the privilege of serving as the Director of Support Staff and the Education Support Staff Professional Chairperson at the East Brunswick Education Association. Being a mentor in the ESP mentoring program is truly close to my heart. I know firsthand how important it is to feel supported, guided, and connected, especially when you're new in the district. That sense of support can make all the difference, not just in how we do our jobs, but in how we feel walking into our buildings every day. The East Brunswick Education Association is proud to announce that we were awarded a grant from the National Education Association at the start of this school year to support our educational support professionals. Through this grant, both mentors and mentees who serve as instructional assistants receive compensation for their participation in the program. This investment recognizes the essential role ESPs play in our schools and affirms the importance of structured professional support. The East Brunswick Educational Support Professional Mentoring Program has been established using guidelines recommended by the National Education Association and is modeled after the East Brunswick Public Schools Teacher Mentoring Program. The East Brunswick Education Association is proud to implement this initiative in collaboration with the East Brunswick Public Schools. Mentoring supports ESPs in strengthening their professional practice as they work to provide safe, healthy, and supportive learning environments for all students, ensuring maximum student success. The goals of our program are to support the development of personal, professional skills and knowledge, ensure the ESP committee has a strong voice in the workplace and increased opportunities to build professional pathways, recruit and retain high-quality support professionals within the education workforce, contribute to the overall mission of student success. This program represents our continued commitment to advocacy, collaboration, and meaningful professional growth for every member of our educational community. Now it's my pleasure to invite Betsy to share her experience as a mentor.
Hi.
Hi.
This year, East Brunswick Education Association, along with East Brunswick Public Schools, started an educational support professional mentoring program. ESP council members have been an integral part of it. I really think it's something our new members in East Brunswick Public School District truly need. I've had the chance to mentor a new instructional assistant at the high school this year, and it's honestly been such a rewarding experience. Our job is so much more than just supporting students in the classroom. When a new staff come in, they're often trying to figure out everything on their own, like how to use Frontline, where to find their mailbox, how scheduling works, understanding student IEPs, or even knowing what workshops are available or what the ESP committee does. I actually found myself thinking, I wish this program existed when I started back in 2011, because I remember having to figure everything out as I went by without much guidance. That's why I really believe in this mentoring program. Starting a new job can feel overwhelming. There are so many questions, but just knowing you have someone to go to, someone you can ask, makes such a big difference. And a quote from my mentee, thank you all for being very informative and helpful, as you have helped me to navigate through the role of an instructional assistant at the high school. At the end of the day, this program isn't just about answering questions. It's about making sure no one feels like they're on their own. It's about building confidence, connection, and a stronger support system for everyone who walks through our door. And I introduce Rory. Thank you.
My name is Rory Reese, and I work as an instructional assistant in a self-contained autism classroom. This is my 24th year in the district, and I'm also a mentor in the ESP mentoring program. When I first started working in the district, an experienced coworker would call me after hours to help guide me. She shared practical advice on how to best support students on the autism spectrum and help them achieve their goals. At that time, there wasn't much opportunity for training during the school day while working with the students, and the 2 professional development days we had simply were not enough. That's why ESP mentoring program Together We Grow is so important. The program provides ongoing support for newly hired instructional assistants by pairing them with experienced mentors who can guide them throughout their first year. Because of this mentoring program, the East Brunswick Education Association was able to host 2 additional professional development days during parent-teacher conference days, giving instructional assistants even more opportunities to learn and grow. The ESP mentoring program is truly needed. It gives new hires, the mentees, a reliable point of contact who can help support them and guide them as they navigate their first year in the district. Many mentees share how grateful they are for this support and how much it has helped them feel more confident and comfortable in their work environment. I take my role as a mentor very seriously because it helps shape the next generation of instructional assistants in our district. I truly hope this mentoring program continues to be part of every new instructional assistant's first-year experience as they develop their skills and work to help our students achieve their individual goals. Lastly, Sue will share her experiences as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity today to speak to you about the ESP mentoring program. This program is the key to the success of our new instructional assistants and mostly to the important role of our success of our students. Hi, I am Sue Zachariah. I am an instruction assistant for the last 22 years, and I work at Frost Elementary School in the ERI group, in the ERI program. As a mentor, we share our experiences. We address concerns, we offer advice to our mentees so they feel comfortable and ready to take on their new roles. We provide the tools, the necessary skills that are needed to be proactive, to be positive, and to be confident in the instructional assistants who will lead our students towards academical and life skills. Being instructional assistants can be sometimes challenging and sometimes overwhelming, and especially when you're new. As mentors, we walk our mentees through difficult scenarios. We support them and help them find the best way to solution for the situation. 22 years ago, when I started as an instructional assistant, I wish I had this support. I learned things on my own. I asked many questions. And believe it or not, I did make some mistakes. I know it's hard to believe. I definitely feel I would have benefited from this mentor program. This program is not just beneficial to the instructional assistants, but it's beneficial to our teachers and to other staff, and especially beneficial to our students. Student success is a reflection of us, and we must offer the building blocks so we can make them successful. I'm going to give you a quote from my mentee that she asked me to read. She says, "I am so grateful to have been mentored by Sue. My first year I'm just kidding. My first year as a self-contained classroom with a big learning experience, and Sue has always been there to offer me the support, check on me professionally and personally. I am so glad this year that I had her to help me as a new hire as I needed." So I do hope that this program can continue and provide the support needed to our new hirees because it is beneficial to the growth of our students. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So together, our voices represent what this program is all about: connection, support, and the belief that none of us should ever feel like we are doing this work alone. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to say something? You want to go ahead, Liwu?
Thank you very much for sharing your experience being a mentor and being a mentee. This program is very important. For years, I have been trying to promote the mentor-mentee partnership in our school district. I'm so glad you got the outside fund to help you. Being a new teacher, I know when we hire you, I know you have the skill, but you may not know how to teach. with them experienced seasoned teacher be your mentor, which can help you adapt new working environment more quickly, which can help you avoid mistakes. Everyone make mistakes, but new ones like to make mistakes more. So the experienced teacher can help you avoid the possible mistake and can help you grow a lot faster, which eventually will benefit our students. We are here to teach our students. So that's very important. This partnership now just benefit the mentee, it benefit mentor too. Because teaching is the best way to learn. When you teach somebody, you know which spot you got to improve. So, I still remember when I first got my license. I graduated from law school. I got multiple licenses. But how to practice in the courthouse is totally different. I know nothing about it. I was so lucky I got multiple great mentors. And after years, now I'm very happy to help young attorneys. Some of them grow now, become judges already. I'm so proud of those mentees that can grow so fast. So I'm so proud of you guys as a mentor, and I'm so glad the mentees, you have so great helpers waiting there when you need. They are there to help you, to answer your questions. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? Jamie?
I don't want to get emotional. My mom was educational support at Central with Sherry Cagnina. Several of you probably know her. She's the best. Everybody's the best here. But she talks about her relationships in this district so fondly. You guys mean so much to the kids and to the families. And thank you for everything you do.
Jamie?
Oh, I just want to say thank you so much for the work that you do with each other to help each other, but also thank you so much for taking care of our children. And we really appreciate that, and it's needed, and thank you.
Yeah. Anyone else? Lori?
Thank you for coming and sharing your experiences as well as what your mentees say about you. And you should all be proud of yourselves for putting yourself out there to be a mentor. Although my line of work is a little different, my mentor recently retired, and I was able to be at her retirement party. And I have to say, at times when I didn't believe in myself, she believed in me. And I think that's probably the best part, right? Yes, you have a profession and you're there to do the work, but believing in yourself or having somebody who believes in you just can be so invigorating, right? It just pushes you over the line. So thank you for sharing, and thank you for doing what you do. It's very important. Just my heart is so full, so thank you.
So we are just hoping that after our funds run out, the NEA grant, we are able to continue to do this in some way.
Sure.
Oh, boy.
Everybody's like,
Sure. Yeah. I also just want to say thanks for the work you guys do for the students. I know the ESPs contribute so much to the student experience. It's vital for the growth and development of our kids. And also just to quickly also acknowledge the importance of the mentor-mentee relationship. I've been lucky enough to be able to play the role of mentor in various roles in my life. It's highly satisfying it's so much fun too, but probably even more importantly is having good mentors through my life, because I know there's no way I could have been able to do the things I've been able to do without that support. And so you guys are providing a vital service for your own community, plus our students, and therefore, East Brunswick as a whole. So thanks.
thank you. I have worked in various organizations, and I don't think that it's a coincidence that the most successful ones have been ones where there have been mentorship programs. Those are critical, and you really are the unsung heroes. People don't realize what you bring to the table because they don't see it in the day-to-day, but it's those in-betweens that keep the system going, really. This is a people business, and our system would collapse without you, so thank you. Thank you. Okay, that is all. Okay, we are moving on to our Finance Committee of the Whole 2027 budget discussion.
Okay, so just like the last couple meetings, we will follow the same process. Next slide, Karen. So the goals of this meeting, recap, discussion, talk about where we started, the things, previous reductions, what the deficit is, the current budget reductions that have been identified since the last board meeting, the deficit as of today, and then a discussion about pay-to-play fees. So on 319, we talked about where we're at. We were looking at a deficit of $5,590,000, and that included a 6.16% tax increase. Next slide. At the 325 meeting, we discussed the additional reductions, 2.5 million from the 319 meeting, another $600,000, which was identified. That brought us down to $2.4 million. So since then, we've been examining, going through, trying to figure out how to close that gap. We've identified some additional retirements since the early retirement notification. So that gives us breakage of $86,000 that will go to offset the deficit. Transportation contracts, the CPI cost price index that is put out by the state allows contracts to go up by 3.58%. As of yesterday, when this number was compiled, we budgeted at 3.58. We've gotten a number of contracts back at 2%, so that results in a $90,000 reduction to the budget. As of 4:30 today, we've received more updates, and that's an additional $40,000 that we can reduce. I would love to take credit, but I can't. Credit to Lori Taggarty and her staff for staying on top of people, the purchasing manager, trying to keep costs under control. Yes.
You said an additional 40?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's a total of 130, and that will be reflected at the next meeting. Yeah. So now we get into staffing. We have identified several full-time positions that can be moved to part-time. They include 2 instructional aid positions. Those positions are retiring, so when we replace them, they will be replaced at a part-time status. 1 school aid position that is retiring, and that position will be replaced at a part-time status. There is 1 secretary position. 1 secretary position full-time will be reduced to a part-time senior bookkeeper. 2 SSO positions that are full-time will be reduced to part-time. We also have a total of 4 teaching positions that are retiring that will not be refilled. 2 at the elementary level due to class size, 1 at Churchill, 1 at the high school due to participation in those classes that they teach. We've also identified 2 positions to reduce, 1 support staff position and 1 high school teaching position. Karen, can you go back 1 slide? I just want to note that those items total $856,000 that will go to reduce the deficit. You can advance 2 slides, 1 more. So to recap, the starting deficit of almost $5.6 million, reductions from 319, 2.5 million, additional reductions on March 25th of 600,000. The reductions I just went through total just over $1 million. That brings us to a deficit as of today of $1,379,000. So we are actively working to figure out how to close that gap. none of this has been easy, but as we go along, it becomes more and more difficult, right? So the process is difficult, but we are, by law, required to have a balanced budget, and we are working nonstop to get that done. I know I kind of went through that fast, and I didn't ask the board if you had any questions, so I apologize. So if there's anything you want to talk about on the last several slides, feel free.
Jamie?
I'm sorry, it wasn't on this slide, because we're talking about reductions, for closing deficit. But again, I always think it's worth a mention that, what was that number? 1.3, almost.
79.
Yeah, 1.379 million. We have a $960,000 increase in our amount of payment to charter schools because they can project increased enrollments without a cap. So they can project 50 more students than they may have enrolled, and we have to account for that in our budget. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
Mine are coming up, don't worry, Joe.
All right, keep going.
Can't wait. So the next part of the presentation, if you go to the next slide, Karen, is about the pay-to-play fees. So for the audience, community members that are not familiar with this, the pay-to-play fees include participation in clubs, athletics, the preschool, gen ed, inclusive program. So let me explain this chart first because the format repeats on the next several slides. So the first column states clubs, regular. So these are the clubs that are currently paid for, that we charge for. There's 3 categories, and it's based off of the meal status, so paid, reduced, and free. Participants, that's the current number of participants for the current year. You'll see currently there's a $30 fee for paid students. There is no fee charged to students that qualify for reduced or free meals. So the math comes over. The current revenue is $123,420. The board reviewed several options. These were the 2 that moved forward. Again, note there has been no decision made as of yet. So this is still discussion. Option A would increase the fee to $45 for the paid category. The reduced category would pay 50% of the full amount. The free category would pay 25%. The math comes over. The increase in revenue for next year, or the total revenue, would be $195,000. That says it. 185? I'm sorry. Guess I got to go back to the eye doctor. Okay. Okay, the total amount is 195. Okay. Whew, okay, I don't have to go back to the eye doctor.
Jamie's right there.
So under option B, the fee would increase to $50 per club for the paid students, and then it would be 50% of that amount for reduced and free. So the total revenue would result of $223,000. So that's the layout. The next 3 or 4 tables follow the same layout, the same options. And we'll talk about what the impact, what type of clubs and whatnot. But before we proceed, if there's any questions.
Antoinette.
So right now, we have 4,114 students enrolled in these clubs, correct? How many clubs does that consist of? And how much does it actually cost to run all these clubs?
All right. So I don't have the total club number, but I do have what the expense is.
Okay,
All right. So for all clubs, this
Yeah,
club,
for
and
all
then
those clubs.
regular clubs plus the next slide of clubs that we're going to talk about, the expense is approximately $575,000 a year. All right, and that's comprised of stipends, whether they need supplies, fees, transportation, registration fees, et cetera.
You're not including the athletics, right? This
No,
is just clubs.
that's just
It's
clubs.
So it's costing, you said, over $500,000?
Approximately
575.
Okay,
575.
so, and these fees would only cover $195,000 of that cost, correct?
Correct, if it's option A.
Right, I'm saying, if
right.
you go, well, I'm definitely not option B.
So,
We
right,
already know that.
all right.
but-
So, one thing to note, when we get to the next slide, there's another category of clubs. So the total between the two slides would be, under option A, $286,000 of revenue to offset the $575,000 of expenditures. And that'll make sense in a minute.
And let's just say there's a family who, maybe $11 might not seem like a lot of money to a lot of people, but for a family, that $11 might be impactful.
Yes.
What would the district do for that family who would like their child to be in this club, but they just can't afford that?
So we've had a very long standing policy of, it's based off of your lunch status, right? But say, you have other circumstances. Typically, we would get notification from a counselor, a principal, or the parent might reach out. And we do have an internal process to say, you know what, there's special circumstances, and we review it, and we figure out a way. And sometimes that way is reaching into our own pocket to make it happen. Other ways are reaching out to the mayor's charity, to the EBF, there are other resources, and it might be not us directly, but, doing whatever we can to get the students involved, because a lot of times those students need those clubs, right? And we don't put that out. And, as I'm glancing next to Lou in his former position, like, that stuff ran through that, all right? And so he can account for the time he was here. That was always the process. And just because Lou is not in that position doesn't mean that process has stopped, all right? So we continuously do that. And I think what you will find overall, all of the staff here in East Brunswick have the best interest of the students, and we want to make that work.
Thank you, Joe.
And because I think that's important, what you just said, so, because our concern is that there'll be students who really want to be and really need that for even just their self-growth, and they won't be able to. So the fact that we do have a process and we continue that process is very important to us. So thank you for reiterating that.
Tim?
Joe, can you give us some context on the current fees, how long they've been in place?
All right, so we started charging, we were one of the first districts in the state to start charging for pay-to-play back in 2010. The original fee was $15 for clubs, $50 for athletics. Those fees stood pat until this current year. For the first time, we raised fees to $30 for the clubs and to $125 for athletics.
But the neighboring districts?
Yeah.
Yeah, there are a number of neighboring districts that have increased fees over times. So we are, at $50 was one of the, if not the lowest that of the districts that charge, and at $125 and $30 for clubs, we are still on the low side.
Anybody else on this? Lilu and then Jamie. Yeah.
So Joe, we are required to provide certain students with reduced lunch and some students with free lunch. This is the law. Is there any law required us to provide reduced club fee or free club fee to those students?
No, we do have a policy that says we may, but there is no requirement. Any of the extracurricular activities are not required.
So there's no law required the board to provide reduced fee and free fee to those students with reduced and free lunch.
Correct.
No. Because
Okay,
if they
thank you.
did, they'd probably have to provide state funding for it, because I think lunch is federal, right? So they'd
Federal
have
and
to,
state, yeah.
anything that they mandate, they have to provide some level of funding. It might not be enough, but it's something, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
Thank you.
Jamie?
Just in tracking what other districts are considering, Bernards Township School District is considering charging students between $50 and $200 to participate in sports and clubs to fill their $6 million budget gap. Also talking about tax increases on top of that as well. So it seems across the state, and there's other districts who are facing the same thing, it's a conjunction, like there's multiple things that have to be done to fill these holes.
Right. I think what you're seeing is there's true limitations on how you can raise revenue as a school district. Unfortunately, I don't think anybody prefers this, but this is one of the ways. And it started back in 2010 when we had huge budget cuts by the state. So it's become part of the fabric of running these programs.
And just to touch on what you said, Joe, the policy that the board has says that the board may, but it seems like for the last several years when funding wasn't an issue or budget wasn't an issue, it was just everybody gets it. So it wasn't a may, and I think there was some confusion there as to what the board's policy actually is, but it's supposed to be on a case-by-case basis, and that hasn't been done. It's just been given to everybody.
I do want to commend you guys, because you could have easily said, everyone just has to pay the same flat rate that everybody else is paying. So the fact that you're giving tiers to those students who have previously had to have it as were previously getting it for free says a lot. Like, it's obviously not an easy decision for us to have to go from free to, you have to pay a little bit to be participating. So thanks for that suggestion.
So Karen, next slide. So another type of club is called a course component. This is it's a course at the upper schools where if you're in that course, there is an after instructional hours component. So currently, there is no charge for the clubs classified as course components. Under the recommendation that's on the table or discussion, it would be to charge those participants the same fee structure that we charge regular clubs. All right, so just to go over quickly, under current, there's zero revenue coming in. Under option A, it would be an additional $91,000 coming in. Under option B, it would be $105,000.
Wilbur and then Antoinette.
Yeah, can you just, just for everybody here and watching, can you just give an example of what some of these courses are?
Okay.
So it's clear. Thanks.
I'll start with Model UN, right? That is a course at the high school. Model UN, that course teaches you everything you need to know about Model UN, and then there's a competition aspect. We've had some conversations lately because of the field trips. There are stipends paid for and chaperone fees and other costs that are associated, transportation, hotel stay, all that. And the program, they also do their fundraising, but there are costs that the district incurs. So there's practicing that goes on after the instructional day, which makes it extracurricular component. There are a tremendous amount of music programs, district-wide choir at the elementary level, where they do their choir during the instructional day, and then they come together after the instructional day to practice and prepare for whether it's a concert. Some of these course components, they do competitions, and there are additional costs besides the stipends that we incur, the registration fees and whatnot.
So my question is I have two questions. Because it's a component part of the course, is it mandatory for them to attend this after school?
Currently, under the current setup, yes.
Okay. So in order for you to begin charging them, you would have to change the course layout. Obviously, you can't charge somebody if you're telling them they have to be a part of it, correct? That is correct. Right. Also, if you can just let me know how much all of that costs as well?
Right. So for the course components, and this becomes a little bit trickier, it's at least $150,000. And I say it's a little trickier. I didn't dive down to all the chaperone fees and all the
Just
meal
for the after-school
reimbursements.
stuff.
Right. Yeah, this is, what I could easily obtain is it's $150,000. You're probably closer to $200,000. So ballpark.
So even these fees wouldn't be covering what it actually costs to run
No.
them? No. Now, what about these children who are in it and they don't, or they're not free and reduced, right? And they obviously want to be a part of these courses, what would happen for them?
So we would treat it the same way. If under option A, if there's a kid, and it doesn't matter what level. If it's full freight, maybe their circumstances changed and they can't come up with the $45, but they don't qualify for free lunch or, for free or reduced. We would follow the same process. We would identify those kids and then work out a way to make it happen.
Could it be a consideration to start it at 30 since that's what all the other clubs were initially paying, since they didn't
So
ever have to pay?
my concern would be managing the types of clubs, and then if we go to this route, having the
Okay.
equity,
I see
like,
where you're going.
I just, anything's possible, but I would want to really look at and confer with legal.
You want it to be consistent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did this include the orchestra?
This includes all types of course component clubs that we run. So if orchestra falls into that, yes, and there are a number of musical things.
Okay.
There's different levels
Yeah.
too. My understanding, there are true clubs that are not course component, that are music related, and then there's like this next level, right? And I'm looking at Anna because she's our expert on that. So is that correct? I don't want to speak out of turn.
No, you're absolutely correct.
Okay.
There are things like the jazz bands, which are completely extracurricular, because that is not covered during the school day. So just so that people at home understand. Okay. This makes me sick. This whole process makes me sick. Okay? It's heartbreaking, it's gut-wrenching. I don't know how else to express just how soul-crushing it has been to be on the board last year and now again this year. Now, for the last 2 years, there was an attempt to severely curtail the band and orchestra program, which accounts for 70% of all elementary kids are in the band and orchestra. Over half of Hammersholt students are in band and orchestra. And you have hundreds of kids involved in band, orchestra, chorus, all of these things, going up into Churchill and the high school. So you're talking a lot of kids. And when we talk about, social emotional learning, this is where it's done, in your music classes, in your arts classes, all of these things. So I have fought tooth and nail to make sure that this program, which is one of the best in the state, and I'm not just saying that, we are nationally recognized for our music programs. And year after year, we receive this recognition. So obviously, last year, we were able to preserve the program. The year before, we were able to preserve the program. It's getting to the point where it's like I want to say the lesser of two evils. We either have to charge something like this, or we're going to end up having to cut staff, and we're going to lose the program. And I do appreciate very much Dr. Maman's attitude of, we do not want to impact students. We will do everything but impact student programming. And so I don't really see a way around this. I do just want to point out, I hate when it's called a club, because it's not a club. I mean, not a club like other clubs are if you're in the band or the orchestra or the choral program, because it's a continuation of what is taught during the school day. And this way then students practice during the day. They have, individual classes, and then I believe it's before school, for example, at Hughes. They have before school rehearsals to prepare for the concerts because it's a performance-based class, okay? So I would normally be really opposed to doing this, charging those kids, because remember, it's not cheap to play an instrument. So if you're a fourth grade parent and you're renting instruments, you're paying between $350 and $550 to rent your kid's instrument for the year. Now, all three of my kids played instruments. I went through the rental thing. So this is on top of what parents are already paying. But again, I don't see another option. And I personally have been through this budget binder, 180-some pages, size 9 font. But at least we got it
Electronic.
digitally, thank you. So I was able to blow it up on my computer screen and actually read it.
Yeah.
I know. I have been through this budget upside down and backwards. And if this is what it's going to take to save these programs, then that's what we're going to have to do. It's not an option. We have not cut, I believe, and you're going to get to this. We're able to maintain everything that we currently have. I mean, a little bit nip and tuck here, but generally we're able to nip and tuck, you know what I mean. We're generally able to keep everything that we currently have for the kids. And that has to be our motivation. And like I said, it's completely and totally heartbreaking to see where we are. And I pray that we will not end up like this next year. Remember, and Evelyn, we are inheriting decisions that were made before you got here, before any of us got here. We're inheriting the decisions. I'm sure that when I'm out of here eventually, I almost started smiling when I thought about not being here. Being back out there, it was more fun out there.
Anna.
I'm sorry, I'm just being real. I see my,
I thought you liked hanging out with us.
I know, but they're all wearing red. I'm like, I did not purposely not wear my red jacket tonight. It was just, this was clean. Otherwise, I would have my red jacket on. Anyway, I forgot my point. We're trying to save as much as we can, and I'm sure when I'm off the board, future boards are going to be, what the heck was that Braun woman thinking? Why did she make these decisions? We're making the best decisions we have with what we have to work with. And what we have to work with is a massive budget deficit. And it is completely and totally heartbreaking, and I am so sorry that we are having to do the things that we're having to do. That's it.
I will just add that, because we've had small group sessions because we wanted this to be a committee of the whole so that everybody could see what we're dealing with. But we've had small group sessions because by law, we can't meet as a quorum in closed unless you know about it. So everybody has shared your sentiments, Anna. Everybody, and even after they leave those small group sessions, they'll call me and say, I'm sick to my stomach. And I'm like, I know, I am too. And like I said, I get calls all hours of the night, and people are like, are you up? I feel sick about this. I'm like, yeah, we all do. But as Jamie shared, this is happening across the state. And I've said this before, I had a conversation privately with Senator Gopal, who told me, if you want it, pay for it. If you want, the state no longer recognizes that we're even paying our fair share. So they're like, if you want something, pay for it, whether that's increase your taxes or have fees or do both, whatever it takes. You want those programs, pay for them. So I know we've got the advocacy group that Dr. Mammon is putting together, and things aren't going to change overnight, though. They're not going to change overnight, and we're between a rock and a hard place where it's hard to cut programming, it's hard to increase fees and taxes, but as board members, we're leaders, and as leaders, you have to pick your hard. And that's really all we can do. So you're not alone in your sentiments. Anybody else? Antoinette?
I never want 700 students to come to the podium and beg us not to cut music, not to cut sports, and not to fire their teachers. I never want last year to happen ever again. So as a person who has to budget herself, when I'm looking at this, I'm like, $45, and these teachers know that they're going to be able to do these activities after school. I support this.
As we move on to athletics, currently, as I stated before, the fee is $125, and if we follow option A, option B, we would result in additional revenue coming in, currently 207,000. It would go up to a total of 351,000 under option A and 363,000 under option B. Currently, and this includes marching band and color guard, they are treated as sports because they require physicals. The total expenditure is over $1.5 million for the athletic program, including marching band and color guard.
And the same caveats apply here, where if for a kid that falls under the free lunch category of $50 is really an issue, we'll figure a way. We'll do our best to figure a way around it, right?
So, yes, I just don't want the community at whole to say, well, $50 is an issue. I mean, as everybody has stated up here, every dollar we charge is an issue. It will be vetted out to ensure that it is a true issue. So there will be, conversations, verification with our staff, our counselors who are close to our students, to make sure that it's a legit issue.
Right. Yeah. I wasn't implying that we were
No,
going to
I'm
do due
sorry.
diligence.
For a
of
minute,
course.
my auditor
yeah,
brain kicked in.
yeah,
I'm
no,
sorry. I apologize.
Yeah. I'm with you on the audits.
Yeah.
Jamie?
I guess my question might be for Antoinette and Lou.
The spokespeople?
Yeah, the spokespeople of the sports. But I genuinely want to know, because my kids are not at that competitive level yet for club sports, things that you active travel for. My understanding is that's an investment of thousands of dollars for a parent, and also the time demands and different things like that. Would you say, and again, this is just your perception as a parent, this is not you speaking as a board member, do you feel like there's value in paying this fee so your child could participate in a sport?
Well,
If they do other activities or things
Sure,
like that?
Sure. The one thing that's different about this than when you're talking about club or travel sports, and the parents out there will know, when you wear your town's shirt on your back, there's something special about that. And, our kids, as much as they love their club teams, they want to play for their school.
With their friends.
With their friends, with their neighbors, with, people that they've played with for years, who maybe at different clubs, but they all get together to do their team sport with their jersey on. And that is a big deal. As far as, again, the money is, Anna, I'm going to kind of take a page from your book. I wish this was all free to everybody. We've been charging for many, many years the $50 since
Yes.
before I started working here. I think it was $50 for sports for most of our participants. And it was like that, and I was happy with that. Like, I thought that was enough. That's fine. It's a token of it. But at this point, with the costs, the rising costs, and the challenge to say, well, maybe some sports should be cut, as a parent who pays thousands of dollars for outside sports for my son and my daughter, I do believe it's reasonable, although I want to make it clear, we're not happy about it. However, the fact that we still have, as Wilbur also made sure, we still have in place for those, what we don't want as athletic parents or sports parent, whatever you want to call us, I don't want to hear kids can't play because they can't afford this. So I think that's one thing, and I'm very proud of that we have not had before, and I don't think we're going to have. So I'm hoping that we can somehow work that out with those families that may have a situation that, is exceptional in some way or another, and we do that privately. So that way, we want to make sure that every young man, young lady, boy, girl, they get a chance, whoever it is, they get a chance to play any sport that they want, and that includes, our marching band and our color guard. So that, as long as that is something that we're still doing, then that's something that I can be on board with.
So I just want to bring something up, especially for everybody who was part of this last year on the other side with me. One of the programs that they wanted to cut was middle school sports. So the first question I asked Joe, and he was so kind to get me that information, was how much does middle school sports cost? It was $69,331. And I just kept thinking to myself, that's not a lot of money to find somewhere else. And they were just going to discard that group, there's a lot of kids enrolled in the Churchill sports program. I didn't look at, I didn't total up here. I totaled up all of the athletic sports, not the marching band. And we have 1,879 athletes enrolled in those sports. That's 23% of those kids that go to this school, that go to our schools, are on the field or in a pool or in the alley. They're somewhere at all times. I was at the high school on Monday for my son's freshman baseball game, and you couldn't find a parking spot. There was buses everywhere. So I'm like, what's going on? And we were hosting the GMCs, and there was track kids everywhere, and you heard the softball girls cheering, and the lacrosse girls are practicing. And I'm like, where would these kids be if we didn't have sports? Where would they be? Either they'd be home on their phones or they'd be getting into trouble. Because I can't imagine you'd be playing baseball in the spring because there's no travel baseball in the spring because travel teams know you're on your school team. And I cannot tell you how many districts, and I know Jamie mentioned this before, have removed sports completely. They've removed sports, they've removed music, there's no clubs, and they're barely keeping the lights on. And if I'm in a position where I have to budget in my family, this increase, for me, this is not a big deal as a baseball mom because I paid this to be in EBBL when my son was playing T-ball. I mean, this is how much you paid, and it was the best day ever, and some kids are picking out grass. I'm with, right? I mean, if you're a T-ball parent, you know. But I'm with Lou. I don't want any single kid to get stuck in the street or stuck in a situation where they're going to get into trouble because their parents looked at this and they didn't think they had the option to even reach out and say, we can't do this, what can we do? Because at the end of the day, we're a student business. And that's where we really need our focus. So I support this. And again, it's still not even covering what it actually costs. We're just asking them to just give a little donation to be able to run this. So I support this as well.
So my kid was a grass picker. Just a very quick question, Joe. I know we covered this with the club discussion, but just to make sure that we're all on the same page, how do these fees compare with surrounding districts?
So bringing like athletics up to $200,000 per sport brings us 200. I'm sorry, what did I?
You said 200,000.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. I'm still looking for money to balance the budget. So that will bring us in line with the other districts that charge for sports. All right.
Great, thanks a lot. That's important to know.
Anybody else? Lori, yeah.
So I also share the same sentiments of everybody up here, right? Like this is, whether it's music or sports, because if you have a 3-season athlete, like you're paying $600, right? We're also going to acknowledge that we have really great booster clubs that parents pay dues or fees to get to enable their kids to have the extras or banquets, right? And those booster clubs also incur the fees that we pay when we have an event like at the school and we need custodian like cleanup. And so I do acknowledge I'm a 3-season sport parent, and I think, like, yes, I've looked at other school districts, and I'm finding rates from anywhere from like $85 to $200. So I do know we're on the low side, and I will pay this for my kid, right, to be able to have something to do and not be on her phone. But I realize, like, this is a hardship because we are asking people, parents, for more money. And if you have multiple kids that are playing sports, whether the amount is the same whether you're at middle school or high school. And so if you have multiple kids and they're playing all different sports, you're going to look at a very high rate. And again, yes, like if you're looking at the equivalent of any other like travel team or any other competitive sport that's done outside of school, yes, you're investing and you're paying a lot more. And I know it's really important to kids to have their school, to be a part of their school team. And I appreciate that, and I want that for them. So I just want to acknowledge, like, this is not optimal. But I also don't know what other choice we have because I don't want to see things get taken away from kids, right? Because you go to those games, and they're right. Like, we go to those games, and you see, like, kids are just very happy and they're doing what they love to do. And as parents, like, you're proud of them. The same for music, right? You go to watch your kid perform and you have this level of being proud, and it's difficult. So I just need, I know we've all been, like, acknowledging that. I just, I'll say, like, at our last meeting, I think that day I talked to quite a few of you, and I was like, oh, the 6% is going to be difficult for me, right, for a tax increase. But then you look at our small budget meetings, you look at what's been put up there, and it's like, how do we get that down when we already have to do this just to meet that, right? And I don't want to see them have to do without. So,
For me, it's part of the social emotional learning. The state doesn't recognize these things as part of your school experience, and I cannot tell you, I mean, I know I've said it every single meeting, I say the same thing. This is not just about winning championships. That's a plus. Everybody likes that. But I'm telling you, what I saw on Monday, and my son's team lost, they loved it. They had the best time. It's just, I can't see us not doing this. And believe me, I actually asked in our small groups, and I said, what about for the families who have multiple children? I know a lot of people who have 4 or 5 kids in our schools. I asked if there could be a family cap, but I don't see that on this slide, so I guess it didn't make it.
So Antoinette, can I want to piggyback off of something that you mentioned, and also Lori mentioned, and also Lou, in terms of what sports, and I'm going to extend this to all the school activities. If the kids aren't doing this, what are they going to be doing, like going around getting into trouble? Okay, so my kid, our younger son graduated last year. So I actually should be in the group of folks in town that say, my kids are done with the school, why am I paying taxes towards that, right? And this is, and what you mentioned, what all three of you mentioned, makes the case why it's not just, oh, how should we pay for it, but this is vital for our town. And this is why. Because a great school district has all of these things as part of it's not just the adequate education. It's the stuff we do above that, including sports, including music, including drama, including practical arts. And I'm going to be leaving out a whole bunch of things that we do. But you know what the outcome of that is? Lower crime rates. Lower crime rates is the outcome of a great school district. I've been looking into this, and I've had people help me out with figuring this thing out. Lower crime rates helps everybody in this town, and so the thing is that I've now actually kind of moved from how are we going to figure out a way to afford this in an economic environment where costs are going up, to saying we can't afford not to do this. Because if we don't do this, if we don't support these things, then what are kids going to be doing? Drag racing up and down Route 18? Right? Trying to figure out ways of getting into trouble? You know, it's no cliche, but you know, the idleness is the devil's work, right? Yeah, and that's what we're providing. So, so sure, we can decide that all these things are extras, but there are consequences for making that sort of decision. And my concern is that that's going to be one of the consequences. And we can actually look at other towns around New Jersey where we don't have these sorts of things and see what the outcomes are there.
And just one more final word from me on this. And thank you, Dr. Pan and Wilbur and Antoinette, because there was one part of this that Antoinette kind of alluded to. When you go when you hear kids are out and they're playing, yes, those kids are involved and they love it, their families, but it becomes a social thing for the community. The Friday night football games or the baseball games after school. When you go to either Churchill or the high school after school and you see our athletes in mass, which is what Antoinette had said before, it's unbelievable to see them. And then to watch people who don't have any more connection with the school, they'll come watch those games. And that's part of what this community has done. And I agree with you 100%. It's not only good for the crime and you know, but it just really sets the tone for what a community should be. And that's something that we've always led the way, and I think we're still doing that. And that's why I appreciate this, what we'll call a compromise in a sense, but it's still giving our kids and our families and our community what we need. So, but thank you again, Wilbur and Antoinette, for your work.
Thank you all.
So, next slide. All right, we get into the Gen Ed Pre-K Inclusive Program. Currently, the monthly fee is tied to the Early Learning Academy through community programs. So the current fee is $463.50 and no charge to reduced or free. That results in $101,000 per year in revenue. The fee is going up to $482,000. $482, I'm sorry. Listen, the board members are not the only ones not sleeping, okay? You know, to be clear, you know, so, you know, we're all in the same boat, and I guess it's catching up to me. So $482 a month. Under option A, it would be 50% for reduced, 25% for free, and you can see the numbers that it would increase to. Option B, it would be the 50% rule like the other slides, and it would result into $190,000 of total revenue.
Wilbur,
You know what I'm going to say.
I do know what you're going to say.
Okay.
You know what I'm going to say.
Yep, I know what you're going to say, too.
Okay.
It's okay. We're supposed to have our discussions in public, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. So I've said this before. This is the one thing in terms of our free and reduced student population that I'm having an issue with is.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Sure.
can the audience keep the volume down because it becomes very hard for us up here to hear the board members when they speak? I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. And just so it's clear before anyone starts posting stuff on Facebook, we're cool. We're so cool. Yeah. So the thing is that I understand the need to raise fees. And actually, before I get into this, I have two quick questions. How did we arrive at our current fees at about $460, $480 a month?
So
or
that's tied to the half-day program, the Early Learning Academy that's offered through community programs, because the hours are the same, and it's unified. The costs, the type of program that's run. So
Okay, and how does this compare to, say, the other preschool options in town?
we are below what those private companies charge.
Yeah, and I did some looking around, and I'm not sure if this is really an apples to apples comparison, but I was coming up with fees for something out in the private sector of like 800 a month or so. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah,
I'm just looking for reality
We
check.
typically see over $1,000 a month
Mm-hmm.
when we do our surveys, or we call as potential parents who want to enroll, so we can get information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, yeah, we're seeing,
Yeah.
so again, this is a half-day program, so
Mm-hmm.
you're seeing half the rate. It's more than half the rate, compared, but, yeah, we're definitely competitive. Over the years, when we started this program, I know we did not make friends in the community by putting several of those daycares out of business. Back in the day when we started this, we believe our program is truly superior. It prepares the students to go into kindergarten. They're getting early access to our curriculum, and it's aligned. So,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I know I mentioned that both of my kids are out of high school now, but I actually do have friends with kids in preschool, and one of them was so happy that they got their kid in because of the value that they were getting. So I'm going to repeat some of the points I've made before. I do look at pre-K different from the club and sports activities because the benefit for a 3 or 4-year-old going through pre-K is arguably so much bigger than the benefit. And I don't want to diminish anything. There are clear benefits to participating in these clubs and sports activities for our older students. There's data to support this across the board with about any endpoint that anyone has cared to look at, and this and the benefits extend over decades. There's data out there to show that if you go to preschool compared to kids that don't go to preschool, you'll be less likely to get arrested as an adult. You'll have a higher starting salary as you start working as an adult. That's the long-term impact of these things. And so the problem that I have with increasing fees for our free and reduced student population is that this actually, may be the difference between access to pre-K and not. Clearly just looking at the numbers here, the amount of extra money needed and to be paid is quite a bit higher than what we're asking for the club and sports activities. And again, I'm just going to go back to what I mentioned last time. I think it's really important to figure out what our priorities are. If our priorities are excellence in education, then this actually should be a pretty easy call that we should help kids access preschool because of the educational benefits that come with it. For me, this is pretty clear. I've thought about the reasons not to do this. So the big one is that we're actually not mandated to provide pre-K. As a school district, we're K through 12. But as we've talked about, there are a whole lot of stuff that we're doing that's not mandated, right? We've talked about a whole bunch of them right now. Yet we're providing that. I see our pre-K program as falling into that same category. So if we're going to make the argument for providing club activities and sports activities, all those arguments actually do directly apply to providing a pre-K program, and that's, I'm guessing that's one of the reasons why we started this program in the first place. I know that there's been a discussion about how the pre-K program that we have isn't equitable because there's a lottery system to get in if you're in the free and reduced program. And anyone, please correct me if I'm off on what I'm saying here.
Yeah, so the lottery is not just limited to the free and reduced students. There's only so many seats available in the Gen Ed pre-K inclusive program. So when we go over that number, then it's a lottery setting. So it's not just based off of free and reduced status. It's total.
Sure.
Okay.
Right,
I just want to make sure.
and that does lead to the situation where there's some kids in the free and reduced who would qualify for the free and reduced lunch programs that will get lucky and make it in, and that leaves the ones that don't get lucky and make it in out there in the cold, so to speak. But to me, that's a different conversation for two reasons. Number one, the real conversation for that issue is not, oh, should we charge more for the free and reduced kids? The real conversation is if we're going to provide any sort of support, should we build a pre-K program that's large enough to fulfill the entire needs of our town? And that's a different conversation, in my eyes. The other thing is that if we're going to do this, and if the outcome may be, and I think this is a realistic possibility, that the 35 kids that are in the free and reduced category don't go to preschool anymore, what that means is that we're putting more kids at risk, and that's not something that I feel comfortable with. And then finally, I know this is a budget issue and we're talking about dollars. But I don't think this is an issue of, in this particular thing, it's not an issue of what we can and can't afford. I mentioned this last time, that budgeting is not just about cutting costs or increasing revenue. It's about taking the resources that you have and spending them in a smart manner. And so, to my mind, the support that we're giving to these kids is putting money into an area where there's going to be a huge payoff, as I've mentioned before. And if we're taking a look at the potential revenue that we can generate by this plan, a couple of these kids that don't wind up in an out-of-district program more than makes up the potential money that we could be saving here. So.
Jamie.
Your turn.
No,
Oh, okay.
I'll go last.
Yeah, okay.
So I guess I struggle with that, Wilbur, because number one, I'd love to know the citations for your study, and number two, in knowing that Edison is proposing a 12% tax hike, which will drive thousands of dollars up for every resident to offer pre-K, that's not something we'll do here. That's not something we can do here. And if the state wanted us to have pre-K, it'd be mandated. We didn't accept those pre-K funds, and if you look at the districts that did take money from the state that are mandated to have pre-K, they're either outsourcing it to other facilities, or they themselves are in deficits where they cannot afford to renovate their facilities to in-house care for these children. It is an uphill battle, and I'm not disagreeing with the fact that early intervention is critical for learning language and development. This is my area of expertise as a pediatric doctor. I am working with these 2- and 3-year-olds who have visual processing disorders, who are on the spectrum, who need these interventions. We have them available, but it has to be equitable. Everybody should pay. We can't afford not to do that. Otherwise, that $190,000, that could go, again, if you think about how we're plugging and shifting and doing the shell game with money, where else could we put that? How does that benefit students? How do we directly put that to all of the 8,100-ish students, not just 35, is my question. And so if I don't have a good answer for that, I can't, in good conscience, say, well, hey, I'm sorry you lost out, you're unlucky, your child has a higher risk of having issues. We have such amazing social emotional support programs. I don't think that's an issue in this district. I really don't. I think that our kindergarten teachers are some of the best around. If you don't know Mr. G at Frost, holler, he's amazing. And Mrs. Mintz, my Bauman Rowe elementary school teacher, loved her. The education we get here is second to none. So yes, I do agree, but I think that we are a K through 12 district, last I checked. Thank you.
Antoinette.
Hi, Joe. Can you do me a favor? Can you let me know what it's costing the district right now to pay for those 35 students that are in the program? Do you know?
Well, at the very least, the revenue that we're not taking in, I think that's what the cost is, because this is an inclusive program that is state mandated, right? Because it's a 50-50 balance of special ed students and
Right.
non-classified students. So we would have to run this program. It's that you're not collecting the potential revenue
Right.
that's available to you.
I'm also And Wilbur, I would love to give everything for free. But I'm also, I want to be very careful when you put a message out there that the students that don't attend pre-K are at risk for being incarcerated, because that's what he said last time, so I'm just quoting what he said last time. Because if it is a lottery system, what about the families who didn't make it in? Should they be concerned that their kids are going to become criminals because they didn't get to do a half-day program at elementary school? So, no, I'm not going to support continuing to offer these programs for free, not just because we don't have to, but because we don't have the money to. If we had the money to, I'd say 100% yes, let everybody go to pre-K for free. Parents won't have to worry about paying for daycare or their own preschools, their private schools that they go to. We have amazing pre-K programs around the district, so if this $120 a month for the free families and the $241 for the reduced families is too much, they can see if maybe there's different programs out there that would offer it for less. Unfortunately, we're not in a financial position to be offering this, and then we're also not in a position to be telling the families who didn't make it that their child is at risk for going to jail, because that's ridiculous.
Lori?
Thank you. So I think the points that have been made so far are very valid. I actually looked it up because I wanted to have the information, because my concern is that we look at not funding for free or reduced, and not having them and not including them, and then later on does that cause us to spend more? And so if you look at like the Chicago Child's Parent Study, it actually shows that children of a lower socioeconomic background that get to attend preschool have a reduced need for special education services and lower grade retention. And then the high scope Perry pre-K project showed that lower socioeconomic status students who got to attend a pre-K improved early, was able to improve their early skills, had less remediation later, lower behavioral issues, fewer disciplinary and alternative placements for out of districts in the future. So my thought, right, is we take that away, and then in the future, does that cause us to spend more money, down the road? And everybody, like, this is valid, right? Like, we can say, like, we're looking at the students that we have, or like we are a K-12 district, and I appreciate that, and I agree. I think, I just also have concerns because I think we're looking at equity, right? And the availability of having those kids come in and go to our kindergarten without having those skills that they need. And that does worry me. But I understand, we're in a budget crisis, right? And so what do we do, right? Every choice is a hard choice.
But budget crisis aside, they're not all getting in. It's a lottery.
I understand.
So, but that you have to be careful when you say that, because you're making people who think their kid's not getting in this program, that they're going to be at a deficit when they get into kindergarten.
Antoinette, that's not my goal at all, right?
But that's,
and I
so
understand.
I'm going by because I've been speaking to the community for the last 2 weeks since our last meeting, and that's the feedback that I'm getting from them. This is not an Antoinette opinion. This is what I'm hearing from the people. When people hear things like that, they think, wow, if I don't get in there, like if my kid doesn't get in this program, where are they going to end up? And that's a ridiculous statement to state. We're not Chicago. This is East Brunswick.
Okay, I understand
Wait,
that.
So just to clarify.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Lori
I
is
just thought,
talking.
like,
One
yeah.
second, guys, 1 second. I love when the conversations get heated.
Mm-hmm.
But you get to see what we're doing. Lori, let Lori respond, and then, go ahead, Lori.
Look, it's all valid, right? Like, we can make the case that we're East Brunswick, not Chicago, right? We can make the case of validity in all types of studies. That's not like what I'm here to argue. I'm here to give examples of my concerns down the line. And your thoughts and opinions are valid, and so are mine. And I just look to the future and say, hey, I just want to make sure that for the $120 or the $241 that we're making those choices with the best interest later on, right? Like, because we said we wanted our budget choices to be deliberate, right? And to look at any consequence that it could have. And that's it, right? Like, ultimately, will this derail, like, my yes or no vote? No, but I think like having a consideration and having a discussion and saying, hey, some of this is valid. I'm not saying that every child that misses out on a preschool experience is going to have these needs, but what it says is that it lessens their need for these services later on. And so, you know, looking at these studies, it's just something that, to me as a person, is valid, and it concerns me.
No, and I
that's-
appreciate that, but I'd like to see a study that is going to be about a suburban town, because that's where we're in a suburban town. You cannot compare the studies of a district that have high crime and drug dealing and murders to a town like ours.
But this isn't really looking at high crime or murders compared to preschool.
What
It's
year
looking
was
at
this?
preschool
What-
outcomes. I didn't write down the year, but I will go find out.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I'll
send me-
share
I
it
would like
with
to
you.
see-
Actually, because I wanted to comment on that as well. The Perry Preschool project that you cited is from the 1960s, and it's highly flawed.
Okay.
We can talk about it offline, but I will say that because I've reviewed, have you reviewed that study also?
So
okay,
this is from the 1960s?
It's from the
Okay, I'm
1960s. This is 2020.
I know, but we're looking at things. We know that preschool can reduce these outcomes, right? And
It can, but I kind of take issue with the assumption that, you know, you keep mentioning need for service. I take issue with someone saying that a socioeconomically disadvantaged child is going to need service later on. Like, that's a very bold general statement, because the students who, and Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, if they need early intervention, they're already being considered
Yeah,
in the program?
right.
Yeah, so if
That-
they need
that's
early
the
intervention,
program,
that's being addressed. So free or reduced lunch or not. So
Right, I
this,
acknowledge that.
and the thing, and Jamie, you kind of touched on this, but because it's a lottery, that means not everybody get in. So already there's a lack of equity. And then what ends up happening is students who can't afford to be in there, when their peers are in this free preschool for however many years, and then they all get to kindergarten, they're being assessed for some sort of baseline. So they're being compared to kids who were able to go to preschool while they weren't. So how does, and I know our teachers are wonderful and can balance that, but they've already had like a head start that makes them look like they're behind because they're being compared to their peers. So I don't think that there's an equity. Would I love to have free everything for everybody? Absolutely. But our obligation is our K to 12 students. And guys, we have no money. We're sitting up here talking about how we've had to make hard decisions. We're trying to hold on to all of our staff, all of our programming. I mean, we're K to 12 right now. When it's decided that we have funding for preschool, I would love to do that. I would love to. And again, a lot of these things that we had as nice to haves were in our glory days. Whether that was I know I call them glory days and everybody laughs, whether they were our glory days as a district or as a state, those days are gone. Those days are gone, and we have difficult decisions to make. Our obligation is to our K to 12 students, to our staff, to our teachers who are like the backbone of this district. And we can't put them in positions that are making life more difficult and saying, "Oh, let's do this because it's nice to have." What you're saying is valid, and and I completely agree. But we have no money.
I understand
That's
that.
as plain as day. So.
So again, just so we're clear, we're cool, right?
Yes, we're all.
We're all cool. Yeah, I want to emphasize that.
By the way, these are our normal conversations that you don't
Literally,
always
this is how
get
we
to
talk
see.
to each
Yeah.
other.
I do want to clarify, the point I was trying to make, because I want to be absolutely clear on this. I do recognize the benefits of pre-K, right? But I think the lottery that is out there for our program is specifically to get into our program or not. If you're a kid, and again, I'm just going to come back to this point. If you're a kid who's in the free and reduced category, and you don't make it into the lottery, from talking to folks out there, again, I do have friends with kids in pre-K. talking to those folks out there, it actually may be an issue to find a different program to get into, because as we've talked about it, this is a bargain, compared to the other options out there. For the kids that don't qualify for the free and reduced program, those parents will say, well, I wish I'd gotten into this program, but they'll go find another pre-K program for them. And for me, that's the disparity I would like to address. So
But
I just want to be
something-
clear.
Yeah, that's something that
Yeah.
exists across the world.
I know.
Not just in East Brunswick.
But we,
So,
doesn't mean that we shouldn't try.
no, but I would love to try, but where's the money?
Yeah.
Do we have money I don't know about?
Poor Joe.
Yeah.
Tim, do we have money that we don't know about?
So,
Show me the money. Show me the money, and I'll go and paint walls. I'll set up the whole preschool. Like I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah. We have no money.
Okay.
And by the way, for the record, I never went to preschool. I never went to preschool, and I know that was like the 80s, but I have a doctorate, so I don't know that it's, and my siblings didn't go to preschool, and so do they. So
I didn't go to preschool. I was on welfare, and I was never incarcerated. So there's high hopes.
Just gonna say, there's still time.
There's still time. There's still time.
Are we good to move on to?
okay, we're good to move on, I think,
Okay.
right? Everybody's good? Everybody's good? We're cool, Wilbur? We're cool? We're cool. We're good to move on. All right, we're moving right along.
Next slide.
You're killing me here, Joe. This slide.
So,
This ain't the slide.
we're almost there, all right? We're almost there. Device coverage, currently, there is a $50 fee for device coverage. It's important to note that device coverage is handled as an enterprise. It's an insurance for the laptops that our students use. Free and reduced students do not pay, but they are completely covered by the district. So currently it's $50, recommendation to go up to $75. And then the same option, the 25, 50%, or the 50% for both categories. One thing that should be noted, we had our small group conversations on Monday. On Tuesday morning, I walked into a conversation between the IT department and the superintendent and was told that our current devices that we're paying $380 for come July 1st is going up to almost $600. So we might need to increase this fee anyway. We might not have a choice because the coverage does get you, if it's damaged, there's certain things covered, the parts will be more expensive, the replacement. So, that enterprise fund has to operate totally financially independent and cannot be supplemented. Not this past year of 2025, the 2 previous years, we were able to take the excess money in that fund and bring it over to the general fund. This past year, the operations didn't result in, any excess money. So, not that we're trying to, in this scenario, we're trying to increase our revenue that can come in, but we might not be able to do that, all right, based off of the circumstances of how the world is operating right now. Like, the cost, we don't determine the cost. Now, we're not just accepting that those fees are going, those prices are going up. We are looking at alternatives. Maybe it's better for the district to lease those computers instead of outright purchase, right? So we're exploring that. To be determined on what route is the best route, where we get our students the devices they need, but we're also being fiscally responsible. All right, I think I.
Yes, you covered it.
Okay, thank you. And then if there's any more lively discussion on this, Antoinette.
It's me again,
I was
Joe.
looking over here.
Sorry.
Say it, Anthony. Say it.
There's no way I'm saying yes to $75. First of all, I don't even want these laptops in these kids' hands already.
Okay.
Okay, that's number one. Number two, when you're asking for this insurance fee, right? Joe, it's okay, breathe. When you're asking for this insurance fee, you, not you, the district, it's in the first 2 weeks of school, where they already just paid an increase in fees for sports and clubs, and now we're throwing this on top of them. School supplies.
Don't forget taxes in August.
Taxes, what are you doing to me? Okay, all at one time. I'm not okay with this. And also, I did have a question.
So just one thing, so everybody's understand, this is an optional device coverage, it's not mandatory.
Okay,
So-
no, because when we were in the small groups, you were
No, we were
bouncing that
talking
idea
about,
around.
you know, potential.
Right, I'm shutting this one down too. $75 is crazy. Because if you have 4 kids in the school, that's $300 and it doesn't even cover the charger. So most of the time, the kids are replacing a charger that they lost.
Also doesn't cover sticker
So-
removal.
Wait, what? So you're okay with that? Because they weren't okay with that. No, put your mic on, because they used to not be okay with children bringing in their own devices.
But
Are you okay with
there's
that?
difficulties with bring your own device due to limiting what can be accessed. So,
It'll cause small problems, but
Right. right. I think at this point, if the board as a whole is not okay with this,
I
you know,
am not
in-
okay with this. That's
So,
one.
I think, you know, that's why we're having the conversation. And I think, you know, we'll have to relook at what the options are, you know, and what the ramifications are, right? Every decision that we make and every decision that we've made to get to where we are, there is a ramification, you know, so.
So I
So
will
what-
tell you that, no, yeah, go ahead.
So what are you saying?
So what I'm saying is, the sports, families want to be in that. The music, families want to be in that. I know there's a large community of elementary school students, upper elementary school students, parents, who don't want these devices used anymore. That is obviously not going to happen, because I already said this in the small group, and you said testing is on the computers, and the kids would be at a disadvantage.
Not just testing. I think I was clear when I said we'll be doing them a great disservice, sending
Right.
them to the world, or even moving up when they've not had devices.
No, and I agree.
I agree that K2 is whatever, and that's why it's here, and we're managing it. What I am saying is, I think the last meeting we were here talking about AI, and the world is moving along technologically. So now we're saying that parents don't want their kids with devices. They have phones, by the way, and social media, which is the problem. And what I said was, in a controlled environment with what they need in order to move on, right? Whether it's college or anything, it is the world we live in. So we have to determine what is the best way. Saying no, flat out no, is not a good decision. So what I'm saying is, what can you live with? What are we exactly saying that we should do? Because I bet if we take it away, right, and we say no, a few years down the road, we're going to have parents right here saying we did not offer the kids the best chance of succeeding because we took something away. So I think the way we've been doing this in a reasonable fashion is the same way we need to continue to do it. I understand people like kids are on social media. I'll take it away. The laptop's not a problem. The phones are. Just saying.
But I'm talking about the learning component, because a Norwegian university did a science study, and they did it of college students, and they scanned their brains while these college students were writing, and they scanned their brains while these college students were typing. And what happened to the whole entire brain, I'm not going to list all the parts of the brain, everybody knows what they are. That whole entire brain lit up. And then they were doing the typing, and it wasn't. So the learning component at the elementary level still needs to stay with the writing for math, writing, literally handwriting for doing math problems. It should not be on a laptop. That you learn much better when you're doing it by hand. I literally still, 46 years old, still writing. So that's how I keep it in here. What I'm saying is, we're increasing it to $75. That's too high.
Right.
That was not, that was in the last two, when we were in our small group, that was in the last two columns, because their other columns had $50 there.
Right. No, and just like again,
And
if
listen,
you can
I'm the
just
one saying
keep
it.
the,
They might all love it, I'm
Right.
saying no to it, so.
if you can just keep the volume down, again, it's difficult to hear up here when there's noise coming from the audience, because the speakers are out there, not up here. You are correct. Of the columns, it was the two off to the side that were, so, all right, this is the last slide with this, so I just want to make a note. And because, you know, there's debate for things. No, and I think it's all great conversation. I'm not trying to discount that.
Yeah.
So, but my concern is, at some point, the board is going to have to make a decision, because depending on what you decide, and we'll get to that next slide, will determine how much money we're still looking for, okay? So I think, from my perspective, as I'm hearing everything, the theme is the same. Nobody is happy with an increase. It's not ideal. It's not, and the board might decide to say, keep the fee as the same. You know, our responsibility is to tell you what the ramification is. The ramification right now is costs are increasing, not just a little bit, but doubling for those laptops, not the Chromebooks. So that has to be factored in. And, you know, I'm pretty sure we're going to have another small group session, and we can debate more and go over some other options.
I love how you call it debating.
But by the 23rd, we have to know where we stand, so I can say,
No, I hear
this
you.
is it.
But can you, Matt, you can jump in here. Can you actually charge the free and reduced, or deny them a laptop if they can't make these payments?
No,
Hold on.
no,
One
no.
second, one
You
second.
can't,
Just let
right?
me clarify. Nobody has to pay this. If you're giving a laptop to all seventh graders, they're getting a laptop. It's the optional coverage. So if you decide not to buy the insurance and your child breaks it, then you're not covered and you're going to be charged the full freight. This is an insurance policy. This is your Geico, right? This is your Allstate. So that needs to be clear, that we're not withholding a computer
Okay.
from anybody.
I do have a question, though, because Dr. Mammon had suggested bringing in your own laptop. What would happen to the, what do they use, Canvas?
The Canvas, right.
You can put it into any laptop of their choosing, correct?
It's web-based.
Okay.
So they just have to
Okay.
go on, if that's what we decide to do. We'll just have to spend money with the filters, right? Because that's the whole other issue.
When it's our devices, we have better control on what they can access, especially when they're on our networks. When you start opening up the network, there's other things that open up, hacking and whatnot. So, all right. Any other? I'm sorry.
Anything else on
I
device
keep on
coverage?
looking that way because
Yeah.
of the screen. I'm sorry. So, if this is a summary, just as a point of reference, right? Because no decision has been made on all that stuff that we just talked about with fees. Deficit, earlier in the slide, from slide 8, as of 4/9 today, 1.3 million. If we do the additional revenue, all the additional revenue under option A would be 443,000, option B, 538,000, reducing the deficit to 535,000 under option A, or 840,000 under option B. Again, this is just point of reference to give the board, the community, an understanding of what type of impact this would have. If there's for whatever reason, if device coverage is a sticking point, you don't want to raise it, again, that will, reduce the additional revenue, increasing the deficit, okay, that we still have to come up with.
So we'd still need like almost $1 million with option A.
With option A,
Yeah.
right? So,
Pick your hard. I'm just going to keep saying that.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, when you look at that, with all of these fees that we're looking to charge parents and a tax raise that everybody in town, well, not the people who, with the pilot, just the homeowners, right? Isn't that how that works? My legal advice here.
So the tax rate affects your homeowners and all of your commercial properties. So you've got, the tax base is made up of commercial properties and homeowners. Those are all taxed entities. Churches aren't taxed, synagogues aren't taxed. But if you're in a pilot, it's a payment in lieu of taxes. That is not taxed.
Right, payment in lieu of taxes means that there was payment that went somewhere, but it didn't come here to the school. Am I saying that correctly? I can't hear you.
Oh, the abatement, how long do they not pay taxes?
Oh, I think that's 30 years.
30 years.
We already determined that I'll be 93 by the time
Yeah.
they'll be paying taxes. You're welcome. I won't be here.
And it also
93.
should be noted that if you buy one of the homes in the redevelopment area and then you sell that home to somebody else, whoever buys it also is under the pilot agreement. So it's not like a sale will then trigger funds coming to the school district, that those funds stay away for 30 years.
No, you guys are full of good news.
I'm-
Look at
I'm-
this.
I'm just-
Next slide.
Just talking facts, that's all.
So this is a carry forward from the prior, just to give another point of reference. 1% tax increase equals $1.5 million. 6.16% totals $9.5 million of tax revenue increase that we're bringing in. The deficit, I just took from the previous slide. So again, point of reference, if we're at option A, $935,000 short with the deficit, and we reduce the tax levy, that's the impact. So instead of, if we go down to 5%, we're looking for 2.4 million, almost 2.5 million to close the deficit. And it just gets very sickening after that, so.
Yeah, I'm looking at everybody's faces. Everybody went pale all of a sudden. So, yeah.
And, again, like, not that anybody, the board members, the community, is concerned about the administration, who's sitting up here. But I will say, this is worrying and concerning for us because we've made a huge dent, right? The projection was $7 million deficit. The reality was 5.5 with not a good tax increase. We all acknowledge that. And we've made so much impasse to get it down. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, there's still $1 million or 1.4 million to come up with if we don't increase fees. And it's really becoming that much more difficult to close this gap. So, all right. With that said, hopefully that was a decent closing remark. Our next meeting is April 23rd, and then May 7th is the public hearing and final adoption.
And just to be clear, everything on April 23rd has to be,
We have to come
We
to an
need to know
agreement.
exactly where we are, because then we have to take that and run it through the budget software and resubmit it, make sure everything's good. We cannot, by law, make changes the night of the public, the final adoption, okay? So, and May 7th is the last night we can adopt a budget.
Wilbur?
Yeah. So first of all, Joe and Evelyn and Tara and everybody else who's worked on this, I can't tell you how much I appreciate all the work that's gone into into this. What strikes me as probably the most important thing is how intentional all these decisions are made. Because I haven't said this before, but last year, just as I came onto the board, I was told that, music has got to go away this year. And I said, why? And the answer was because it'll save us $800,000. And that was all the reason that went behind it. That's one of the reasons why I actually said no to consenting to put that on the temporary budget at the time, because I said this at the time, it's unfair to put all of that burden on a single portion of the school district. And I know that what you all have been able to do, and this has truly been a team effort, is taking a look at our system, our school district as a whole, and making intentional pullbacks in terms of trying to bridge the gap that we have. So so everyone in this room and everyone watching this should realize how much work and how much thought has gone into this. This really, truly was not a arbitrary thing. The second thing, and I know I'm repeating myself here, is that what are the root causes of our problem? It's healthcare costs, it's transportation costs, it's energy costs, it's charter schools, and it's the unfair underfunding that we're getting for special education. That's the root cause, okay? And we've done all this work to get within $1 million at this point. I'm actually kind of happy we're down to 6 digits instead of 7. Just looking for the silver lining. But the fact is that none of the things that we've done have addressed the root causes. And I said this last year, and I'm going to say it now. Next year, we're probably going to be in the same position again, unless these things change. But the good news is, if we understand what the root causes are, then by changing those root causes, we get ourselves out of this mess. And that means going to the state and fixing the way that school districts are funded. Because if the state is going to say, oh, look at all the special education students that you guys have, we're going to fund 2/3 of them. Well, I think it's a minor miracle that we've been able to accomplish as much as we've done. And this has been going on for a decade. And the only reason I know that it's gone back for a decade is that's where the databases stopped putting out financial information, 2016. It could have been longer than that, I don't know. But I kind of doubt that they just decided to do that 10 years ago. So this is the path forward, I think. And I think it's important to keep that in mind, to keep the big picture in mind, because I hear comments about, oh, it's easy to get rid of this deficit, such as, let's get rid of the fat at the top of the Board of Education. So I really apologize that Mary Ann and I are causing so much so much trouble. Clearly, that's an uninformed
Maybe we
opinion.
should take pay cuts.
Yeah, I'll take.
For the record, the Board of Education is unpaid because
Yep.
we did receive emails asking if we would be willing to take a pay cut. We work for free.
Yep.
We don't make any money.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to put like a big picture thing on the things that we're doing, because it's easy to get lost in the details, and it's not a fun process at all. But if everyone here could keep the big picture in mind, that's actually going to help out a lot, so much more than you guys know. Yeah, thanks.
If I could jump in real quick too, to piggyback off what you said, Wilbur, your remarks about the state. If the state didn't pass that law with the 3% deficit cap and the 2% deficit, and we would have gotten almost $3 million, but it was capped at 2.2 million. That's about the 800,000 difference, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
So that's Trenton just being Trenton again, where we would have had a little bit better situation. Squeezing liquid from stones is not an easy thing, and I do appreciate this administration and their efforts in seeing equitable cuts or increases where possible. Thank you.
Sorry, I also just had one other point I wanted to make that I forgot. A lot of people that I talk to are astounded by the situation that we're in. Like, how can prices be rising this quickly? I've never seen anything like this before. And weirdly, I wasn't as freaked out. I like to think I'm a relatively calm person. Maybe that's why. But I was trying to figure out why my wife and I were having a different reaction than a lot of our friends with kids in the school district. And I looked back, and I think I figured it out. The last time inflation was this high was 1990. 1990 was the last time inflation was this high. We've had other financial crises before. We had the internet, .com bubble. That affected things, but that was really a stock issue. We had the housing crisis in 2010, but that's actually a money supply issue. We haven't had inflation like this in a very long time. And what that means is that most people who have school-age kids have actually never experienced this level of inflation as a grown-up. And this may be a reason why all of this stuff seems so shocking. And just to put this in another way, with the way inflation has been, what that means is that whatever things cost in 2016, they cost 50% more now. 50. And that's a good thing to keep in mind when we're looking at the price hikes that we're seeing. And the thing with inflation is that that's an average over lots of different things. But it's easy to have inflation and have specific things such as healthcare and energy rise in cost faster than what the inflation rate says. So another good thing to keep in mind.
Thank you. Anybody, Liwa, go ahead.
So first, I want to thank Dr. Mema and Jill for their hard working. If you come to this meeting last time, I said at the line-by-line budget, there are so many lines about copy lease agreement. So the lesson, which person gave up their copy? It's Dr. Mema herself.
I gave up my copy.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, I did.
And then by doing so, they saved more than $20,000, right? And other things. So that's one line item. I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you are the person. I really don't want you to give it up. I'm sorry for that. And second, being a board member at this budget time, this is my 10th year. It's a nightmare. You guys didn't see me my smile tonight. It's heartbroken. It's our teachers deserve more. Our students deserve more. Our taxpayer deserve pay less. Because we're already paying so high. So you heard all those arguments by my fellow board members. We are trying to invest our students, not for this year, it's for their future. But what we are trying to do is use very limited resources to get most out of it to cover entire district. So, you guys just like a jury hearing this argument. I hope you guys can enter a verdict. We are not causing this problem. The problem is not caused by our teacher. It's not caused by our student. It's not caused by our community, definitely not by this board. It's caused by those people sitting up there. They didn't fully fund our special education. They didn't fully fund our transportation. They even didn't fully fund our general education. But they put us in such a bad situation. We have to try to count every penny, try to save, try to make everything reasonable. That's why my fellow board members are arguing so hard. But no matter which point, they are trying to do their best for your children, not for themselves. Every increase not just impact you, impact every people sitting here. I have 3 children in school district. I'm paying tax. I don't want to pay more. That's a human being, right? But in order to keep those programs, everyone chipped in. This is the future. If we terminate one program, in future we will pay a lot more to reinstall it. We'll restart it. That's why, everyone come up, share something a little bit, keep the program in future. I still will have good future. So when the economic situation change, we can expand our program. But we keep the program, we keep the base, we keep our teachers, keep the seat. So in future, they will grow, they will develop. Once again, Dr. Memo, thank you for your hard work. Yeah.
Antoinette.
I want to thank Dr. Mem and Joe's team because I have asked a lot of you guys in the last, month and a half? Joe, don't laugh at me, Joe.
At least 7 emails a
but
day.
I will, it's okay. You could Oprah them. But the reason why I did it wasn't to make you earn those dollars. It was because I needed to know that information, because when I know more, I do better. And honestly, a lot of the information that we've been sharing with the public, because I've been on the phone all day long for 3 months, has made them feel informed. But the major feedback I get is they like to know where the spending is going. I know I had asked Dr. Valesky this last year. Coincidentally, he didn't answer me. Why is the budget no longer available to the public for them to see, like line by line? I know obviously you don't want to put personnel in there, but like specifically when we were looking at those budget line items for the M0s, right? And it was like $27,000 on doors and locks, and I was losing my mind. And you were like, Antoinette, do you know how many doors and locks we have in this district? And I'm like, but where are you getting these locks from, Joe? I can go to Amazon. And you said we can't go to Amazon? Like stuff like that. I think if people saw what it actually costs to keep these lights on, they would understand where the money's going versus, cut the fat at the top. We're already down one assistant superintendent, right? We only have one. Right. We're down to one. Right, we
Yes,
only
down
have
one.
one, so we did sacrifice there. I just think that it's important for the community to know how many questions I did ask you, and how much work you actually did on top of the work that you needed to do to get to this number, so thank you for being patient with me.
No, and,
Because last year, I did not feel like we knew what was going on. It was very suspicious, and it seemed shady. And now, being on this side now, you've given us what we needed to do to make an informed decision, and so I thank you for that. Even though I don't like this budget.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Joe. Thank you, Dr. Mammon, and thank you to the board, because I'm sure you all saw that the conversations are intense, but that's because every person up here, and I can attest to this, cares about our students, cares about our teachers, and they're extremely passionate about that. So thank you all, really.
Thank you, Mary.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. All right, are we good on this presentation? All right, okay, we're good.
Always good.
We're always good. All right, thank you for hearing us speak. Now it's your turn. Yeah. Okay. Okay. The Board of Education recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on school matters of community interest. To protect the privacy of all students and staff, concerns regarding individual students and staff members should generally be addressed by first meeting with the appropriate administrative staff. Public participation shall be permitted only as indicated on the order of business in Board Bylaw number 0164 and shall be governed by the rules outlined in the agenda. If you would like to address the board, please go to the podium. You have 3 minutes. State your name and address. If you're a student, only state your name and your school.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Engel, and I'm here to represent Mrs. Week's 3rd grade class. My class would like to share a letter that we wrote as active citizens to support why we would like Mr. Oscar to stay at Irwin School. Mr. Oscar always comes and helps us when we need it. For example, if there's a bee or a leak, he comes and takes care of it. He also comes when there's a water spill or any other time that we need him. He sacrifices himself for us and our entire school, and he does it all because he cares about each and every one of us. Mr. Oscar is included in our school community. We like having him in our school because he helps us and knows us and our building. He never gets mad at us. He always says hi to us. He is kind to us, and he smiles at us. He even jokes with us. Speaking up today shows that not only adults can make decisions, even kids can have a voice. It shows how much we really want Mr. Oscar to stay. We hope you remember that Mr. Oscar is one of a kind, special, brave, caring, and hardworking. If he wasn't at Irwin School, we would all miss him. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Mrs. Weeks' class.
Wow, that's amazing. So, Dana Zabicki, president of the East Brunswick Education Association. Very, very proud president. Thank you for everybody that's here. Right now, I'm like enraged a little bit because we had about 80 plus people standing in the hallway for 2.5 hours. The venue should have been moved. So to accommodate, so people could hear. And I also wanted to point out, like we were talking about some of the grants and the college fair, The East Brunswick Education Association has given over $80,000 worth of funding through our PEP, Pride, and FAST grants from NJA. We help supplement learning in the district. So I have a lot that I wanted to say. I'm going to go quick out of respect for everybody. The one thing that confuses me is the total state aid for East Brunswick this year was about $39.5 million. South Brunswick's total state aid was $13.4 million. South Brunswick's been dealing with the S2 issue for years and years and years, as you know. But you know what? They still have all their custodians. They didn't privatize. They have full-time instructional assistants. We have not as many at all. They have a full-time ground staff. We privatized in 2021, and they even have their own bus mechanics, and they found that that works better than using outside contractors. Privatization is not a long-term solution. It may look cost-effective today, but history shows the savings disappear. Contracts increase, costs rise, and districts lose control. We need to keep our people. And you know what? I've heard some things this week that disturbed me. I heard that there was a comment. I'll be sure that they're going to be hired by the privatized company, but they won't have health benefits. That's awful. I heard that it's okay, because there's some of them that can retire. Pushing people out who have dedicated decades, 30 and 40 years, that's horrific. Horrific. These are real people doing essential work. We've seen the work of our privatized custodians. They are not vested in this community. You just saw that beautiful act of the young lady here. We need to keep our custodians. They are not replaceable.
15 seconds.
They are essential. And I'm done within 3 minutes. That was pretty good. But I do want to say one thing.
Well, then you're not done.
These are more speeches. We're not having people read them tonight because we respect you. But we have them, and we'll send them to you.
All right. Yes, hi. All right, Lisa Knoppenberger, EBA officer. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of my colleagues who are potentially impacted by your budgeting brainstorms. Not an inherited decision, this is a new decision on you. I have sat in person and watched many meetings online, and there's a common theme, and we heard it a lot tonight, and it is directed at all of us at all different levels. And a lot of the things shared up here is, well, at my job, we do this, and in my line of work, we do this, and with my research company, we do this stuff. We are not your job. We are not your research. We are not your hobby. We are not your local sub shop or side job, and we are not your dinner table conversation. This is our jobs, our lives, and we're the experts. We understand what's happening. I want to know, because I heard a lot of conversations about, I went into town, but have you asked all the stakeholders about what is actually happening in the schools, what we want and what we need at our jobs? Our jobs. We are real people, not just a job with benefits that can't be brushed aside or shrugged off and discussed lightly. And I know you haven't discussed it lightly, but you've discussed it lightly. To quote a member of the board, we are raising taxes to preserve what we already have. Followed by, it will become the school it was before, which is very confusing because all I heard tonight was, we're new. But what are you preserving when they're here? This is what you're not preserving. I don't understand that statement. If you're not planning on preserving them, but you want to preserve what we had. Did you even ask any of the staff in the buildings to piggyback off of what Dana said? Because the nighttime privatization is not great. And I know you haven't asked anybody that because you would have heard that through and through. And there's a lot of red binders you can look at to prove that. Before many of you got here, these people were part of the great system that you supposedly want to recreate and bring back, which is why removing them seems very thoughtless. And on the same day you had them lay out new carpets in the schools, you ripped the rugs right out from under them and announced this decision. Or possible decision. These 14 people have worked their butts off to preserve these schools and make this district wonderful. And like you, and all of us, they are connected, committed, dedicated to their buildings and the district. And recently it has been said, show me your budget and I'll show you what you value. But I'm seeing what you don't value as well. And we aren't the 700 kids that lined up last year, but we are a large group of adults that are standing here today. And I urge you to really listen to the testimonies, stories, and messages being shared this evening and really think about the message that your budget is sending.
My name is Michelle Moore. I teach at Irwin Elementary and Central School. Good evening. I'm speaking tonight not just in appreciation of our custodians, but in defense of them. Because what's being proposed is not a small operational change. It is a decision that will fundamentally alter the safety, stability, and spirit of our schools. Eliminating our custodians, the people who know our buildings, our students, and the daily rhythm of these halls, and replacing them with outside contractors may look like a budget line on paper, but in reality, it is a loss we will feel every single day. Our custodians are not strangers completing a checklist. They are the eyes and ears of our schools. They notice when something is wrong. They act before small issues become serious problems. They are present, invested, and accountable in ways a rotating contractor simply cannot be. That level of awareness cannot be outsourced, and once it's gone, we won't get it back. The two custodians I work with have served this district for 24 and 25 years respectively without a single issue. One has been awarded Support Staff of the Year in 2 schools and the other in his current school. That is not just reliability, that is commitment, pride, and institutional knowledge that cannot be replaced by a contract. Our custodians are here before a day begins and long after it ends. During winter storms, they're cleaning snow, preparing entrances, making sure our students and staff arrive safely. That work is invisible to many, but not us. They're essential. They are also trained in emergency procedures, fire safety, and critical building systems, and when something goes wrong, seconds matter. In those moments, experience and familiarity with the building are not luxuries, they are safeguards. But beyond safety, there is something even harder to measure and even easier to lose: relationships. After 25 years in one school, a custodian spoke about watching generations of students grow up, being recognized by families, being part of a place where children feel known, safe, and cared for. That does not come from a contract. That comes from consistency, trust, and time. And we need to be honest about our district has seen wasteful spending in the past. Eliminating dedicated, essential staff should not be our solution. It is the easiest cut, but not the smartest cut. Because once you remove these
15
individuals,
seconds.
you are not just cutting costs, you're cutting the very people who hold these buildings together. Please, before a decision is made, consider not just the numbers, but the consequences. Because once we lose this experience, this trust, and this care, we simply cannot hire it back. Thank you.
Fatima McKinnon. I teach at Irwin's Elementary School, and I'm an ESL teacher. Good evening. I'm here tonight to speak about the proposal to replace our school custodians with a private company. I strongly urge you to reconsider this decision. Our custodians are not just employees who clean buildings. They're trusted members of our school community. They know our buildings inside and out, not just the layout, but the history. They understand how our schools run day to day, and that knowledge cannot be replaced. This decision is not just about cleaning, it is also about safety, relationships, and the environment our students learn in every day. When you remove familiar, trusted adults from a building, you impact the sense of security our students feel. Let me just share a personal example. Oscar Salazar Alvarez, the custodian in my building, has served this district for 24 years and has received the Support Staff Award not once, but twice here in East Brunswick. But what truly makes him exceptional cannot be measured by awards. I remember having students who were new to the country and only spoke Spanish. When he spoke to them in their native language, you could immediately see the relief on their faces. They felt understood, welcomed, and less alone in a brand new environment. Students greet him each day with high fives and smiles, showing just how much he means to them and how comfortable they feel in his presence. And in the cafeteria, when a student yells out, "Mr. Oscar, I spilled something on the floor," he responds with humor and patience, turning a simple moment into one that makes students feel comfortable approaching him. Teachers rely on him as well, whether it's helping set up for events, responding quickly when something unexpected happens, or simply being someone we know we can count on without question. These are the moments that build a positive school culture. These are the relationships that make our schools feel safe and welcoming. Outsourcing custodial services may seem like a financial decision, but we must ask ourselves, at what cost? In a district where there's often concern about wasteful spending, it is troubling that the people who are most dedicated, most consistent, and most invested in our schools are the ones being asked to pay the price. Our custodians have given years, decades of service to this district. They deserve stability, respect, and recognition, not replacement. I urge you to consider what we would be losing, not just workers, but
15
people who are
seconds.
part of the heart and history of our schools. Thank you.
Happy Thursday, East Brunswick family. My name is Celestine Woods. I am a secretary at the high school for the guidance department, and I am reading on behalf of our exceptional person, Carrie Komprowski. This is her statement. She is a custodian at East Brunswick High School. She has dedicated 39 years of her life to serve in this district, and she is not ready to be done. I want to share my experience with Aramark, the privatized company. I have watched many of their custodians come and go. There is constant turnover, and you never know who will show up from one day to the next. Communication is often a challenge, as many are not fluent in English. Simple tasks like answering the radio become difficult, and my colleagues and I are left to train them, adding more responsibilities to our already demanding jobs. They rarely interact with staff or students. When students have questions, they are brought to us, the district custodians, because we are the ones they trust and recognize. In many cases, even basic communication is unclear. When I ask a question, I'm often met with yes, but it is clear the message wasn't understood. This is more than an inconvenience. It is a safety concern. In an emergency, clear communication is critical. During lockdowns, there is confusion, and they often don't know what to do. That puts everyone at risk. After nearly 4 decades in this district, I have built relationships with teachers, students, and staff. We are more than coworkers. We are a family. We know our buildings. We know our people. We are deeply invested in this community. Whew. Please consider the real impact of privatizing your custodial services. I'm not just a custodian. I am part of this community, and please don't replace us.
Good evening. I'm Robert Sullivan. I live at 17 Overland Road in East Brunswick. It's on the tax map 75619. There's a number of people here who are concerned citizens about the Frost proposal, and I'm here to just talk about one part of that, which is kind of forgotten about or maybe remote. I don't read blueprints very well. I have problems with sight, but in any event, I moved into the Overland Road address about 55 years ago, the original owner, and at that time, I was having all the runoff from the athletic fields from the school. And it tore really big ruts into my lawn. So after about a year or two of discussions with the board, they put a berm and channeled all that water to a storm drain that's right between my next door neighbor, about the corner of Frost and Overland, to drain that water. It goes underneath where the proposal is, and I'm concerned, since I haven't seen the drainage maps, that it's not forgotten and that we can put it to good use and connect it and make sure that we don't have a repeat tearing through the berm and running water off into the adjacent properties. I also have another question I'd like to ask, out of ignorance perhaps. What other alternatives were considered about this before this proposal was put forth? For example, doing a loop around Frost School and coming out the west side of the school, or coming through on Frost one way to Winton, or vice versa. I just haven't heard the answer to that question yet. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Ward. I'm a teacher at Hammersholt Upper Elementary School.
I'm so sorry, Miss Ward.
That's okay.
Just one second.
Yep.
Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan? Can you please just leave your your information with Karen? Karen, raise your hand. Thank you. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Trust me. My name is Jennifer Ward. I'm a teacher at Hammersholt Upper Elementary School. I'm a former teacher at Central School, and I do teach evening ESL at the high school. I'm honored to take a few moments to speak on behalf of someone who is truly an essential part of our school's community. As a teacher who has spent over 20 years in the district, I've had the privilege of working alongside many dedicated individuals, but not often do you come across someone whose impact is felt in so many quiet, meaningful ways, and I feel that Saul is one of them. Every single day, often before a student walks through the door and long after one leaves, Saul was found working tirelessly behind scenes to ensure that our schools are safe, clean, and a welcoming place for everyone. While his work may not always be in the spotlight, it's absolutely foundational to everything that we do. Over the years, I've seen firsthand the pride that he takes in his work. His contributions go far beyond the daily responsibilities that are occurred by his job. Saul played an important role in creating and sustaining our Central School garden. He continued to maintain it through the summer months when students were not even there. He's also someone who is a consistent presence in the life of the school communities, whether it have been at Central School or now at the high school, whether it was participating in school activities, supporting school teams, or helping with countless after-school programs. He showed up not because he had to, but because he genuinely cares. During a year-long construction projects, which many schools went through, he was indispensable, worked tirelessly to relocate teachers, classrooms, ensuring learning can continue without disruption. It was a challenging time for all of us, and his steady presence, problem-solving, and willingness to do whatever was needed made all the difference. But what stands out even more than his work ethics or his character is that he treats everyone in the building, students, teachers, families, with kindness and respect. Our students know him, trust him, and always went out of their way to say hello. That connection speaks volume. In a profession like ours, we often talk about teamwork, and I can say with that complete confidence that Saul is one of the strongest team players we have. He helped to make our building not just a place of learning, but a place where people feel cared for. It is truly a privilege to work alongside someone so dedicated, along with his peers, dependable and genuinely kind. Our schools are better because of the men and women that stand in front of you today, and I'm grateful for everything that they do. Thank you.
Stacy Powers, 31 Lawrence Brook Drive. I'm also a teacher at East Brunswick High School. I'm reading this on behalf of Lynn Ellison, a teacher at Churchill Junior High. Thank you for hearing from those in the school who are working side by side with the custodians. I've been at this district for 23 years and found the custodians to be incredibly valuable coworkers. Not only do they do their job with pride, cleaning up after students in the cafeterias, in the hallways, outside of the schools, they quickly rush to the aids of a teacher who needs a spill or a bloodborne pathogen cleaned up. I've worked closely with the custodians when I was the drama club director and found their unwavering dedication to their job to be so incredibly valuable. They would help move props or pieces of equipment up onto the stage. Often when large items were bought, such as Wagner platforms or stairs, they would put it together for me using their tools and expertise. When there was a problem, I knew they could help, such as when a chair was broken. I didn't know how to fix it, and I would have thrown it out, but then a custodian fixed it for me, which is lucky since my classroom size has grown and I need every single chair that I can get. Furthermore, when I ask, there is no hesitation. I always get the help that I need from them. This comes from knowing our coworkers, from understanding that everyone is here to help the students and create a home away from home here in East Brunswick. I hope that you can find a solution that does not take away their livelihood, for they are a valuable and necessary part of the East Brunswick public school community. Thank you for reviewing your decision.
Good evening, Board. My name is Michael Wildemuth. I'm a 25-year teacher at the high school. I'm also the Vice President of the East Brunswick Education Association, the association that did donate $4,000 to the college fair that was featured in the superintendent's report earlier in this meeting. I just want to reflect on a moment on what ESP means. There was a lot of discussion earlier in this meeting about ESPs, Education Support Professionals, and their job, their role in our buildings is to help us teachers educate the children of East Brunswick. And that's what it's all about. That has been the common theme that we've had in this whole meeting as you've been deliberating about this budget. Educating the children of this town efficiently and effectively. In order to do that, it is so important as a teacher to have education support professionals, some of which are our custodians, they are ESP, provide an environment for us teachers to be able to effectively teach our students. Just a few personal things I've had happen to me at the high school. I had a heater buzzing in my classroom, something that seems like a minor thing, but obviously detrimentally impacts the education of my students. All I had to do was send Saul an email. Within a few minutes, I had Carrie there. She turned off the unit. All good. Another example would be the lock to my desk broke. Sent out an email to my head custodian, Saul, within a very short amount of time. They were able to fix my desk. I was able to secure my assessments for my students. This is prompt. This is getting my environment comfortable for my students and allowing them to be their best. What kind of things have I seen from the privatized custodians? They come into my room with a broom, sweep, 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 sweep some wrappers off my floor. They take the garbage and recycling and put them just into one garbage can. I don't know how in the year 2026 we still get away with not recycling. Just the other day, I come in after a weekend, Monday morning, my air conditioner's on. It was blowing the entire weekend. Now, in a time when we have sky-high energy costs, why are we running air conditioners over the weekend? It just seems like a responsible thing to do that a custodian cleaning out the room at the end of the day would turn off an air conditioner. But this is something that's continually happened this year as these privatized custodians have come in here and have really
15
not
seconds.
done good jobs. Essentially, you get what you pay for. And this does affect our students. Please, as you look at these numbers, keep in mind that when you do cut the numbers, you also cut quality, and it's something that will hurt the students. Thank you.
Good evening. I have to lower that. My name is Lisa Kunkelman. I'm a social studies teacher. I'm co-advisor for the East Brunswick academic team. I'm a co-chief building representative at the high school, and I'm also the grievance chair for EBEA. I'm also a proud product of East Brunswick schools. I am fortunate in my roles that I get to work closely with our incredible custodial staff, with Saul and Carrie on a regular basis, and I get to see how instrumental they are in making our school function. They go beyond every day, including nights and weekends, to ensure our students have as many opportunities as possible. They are the first people in and the last to leave. We have an academic team, we have an annual event that starts at 7 a.m. on a Saturday, and it goes to 7 p.m. on a Saturday. And when we arrive at 7 a.m., Saul and Carrie are already there. They already have the classrooms open. They already have everything ready, so that when we have teams coming in from across the state and across the country, they already see a clean building. They already see a prepared building. We would not be getting that with privatized custodians. It is because of them that we can have the athletic events, the plays, the induction ceremonies, the dances, the festivals, and the competitions. None of these events, many of which are student-led and organized, could function without the help of our custodians that know the building and the staff so well. Even at graduation, our custodians arrive early to set up and stay late to clean everything up and return it to the high school. When the high school has testing, which happens more than you might think, it is the custodians that set up and organize those tables so the students can come in and seamlessly get started. Then, when time is of the essence, they are able to transform the cafeteria from a testing environment to a lunch environment. We have 3 lunch sessions with over 700 students, and it's the custodial staff, it's Saul and it's Carrie, that keep each session clean and ready for the next group to come in. They are asked to show up when it's deemed too dangerous for anyone else to show up, either due to COVID or weather, and they do so without fail. They respond quickly when classrooms are over 80 degrees and when they're under 60 degrees. They help to address the leaks from the new ductwork that was put into the classrooms that leak all over our classrooms, and they replace the ceiling tiles during our leaky season. And in cases when we have mice or insect infestations, we know who to call. When my room smells like a dead mouse, I call Saul and he immediately comes, and even if he thinks I'm crazy,
15 seconds.
he still checks my heater to make sure that I feel better about it. That's what we teach in, and that's what they clean up. Much of this work cannot be done without those established relationships of the custodians with the outside vendors, ensuring that we have all the supplies that we need to keep our building operational. We need them.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Adam Barsby, and I stand before you today as a 2025 graduate from East Brunswick High School. Since elementary school, there were always people who had my back and the community as a whole. These weren't outsourced companies, but rather our very own custodians, who genuinely are part of our East Brunswick Bear family. These are the people who would come to the school first thing in the morning and would be the last to leave, making sure our classrooms, hallways, bathrooms, cafeteria, and much more feel clean and safe. One thing needs to be emphasized. Our custodians cannot be replaced. When something goes wrong, who do you call? Our custodians. Without being asked, they fix problems before anyone even realizes. And they do it because they genuinely care about the building and hundreds of students who walk through it every single day. While we get to relax on snow days, our custodians can get up at 5 in the morning and shovel and salt our building to ensure our safety. On the other hand, as a former student, along with many other current students, we feel the importance of the role of custodians in our building, especially when it's clean, taken care of, and run smoothly. This is a decision that hits close to home for me and my family. My father, Taysir Barsby, has been a custodian in this district for 36 long years. Our custodians work incredibly hard and deserve to be recognized for their efforts and work. 630 of our East Brunswick community and family members came together to sign our petition to show support for our custodians. So I ask you, let's protect our custodians because they've given everything to East Brunswick, and it's time that we give something back to them.
Chris Finnegan, Stevens Drive. I'm also an orchestra teacher at Hughes. I'm the chief building rep at Hughes and the government relations chair for the East Brunswick Education Association. Good evening. I'm here tonight to implore the board not to privatize our essential custodial staff. In my 21 years of teaching, I've had many student teachers, and there is one piece of advice I always give them. When you get a job, get to know the custodian and the secretary. They run the school. As an orchestra teacher at Hughes, I see the truth in this statement every day. Due to the rentals of the JM Pack almost every weekend, the instrumental staff at Hughes have to pack up our classrooms every Friday like it's the last day of school. Anything that's left out is likely to be broken or defaced by the outside groups that do not treat our building with the respect of the people who live here. The outside weekend crews whose job it is to clean up after the rentals are frequently changing, creating confusion about the needs of our classes. They make almost just as much, they make the situation worse almost sometimes more than the rentals do. This creates a mad rush of extra work for us on Monday mornings to prepare for instruction. Why? Because they also don't live here. To them, it's just a job, with employees frequently leaving and making it very difficult to maintain standards and expectations. In contrast, our East Brunswick custodians at Hughes, Taysir and Tommy, are always willing to help. I cannot count how many times they have somehow found the time to help us get our classrooms ready on a Monday after a particularly messy and disruptive rental that was not cleaned up by Aramark. They are in every sense members of our team. They know what we do, what we need, and often anticipate and prevent issues that would otherwise impact students and instruction. Their work and value go far beyond their written job descriptions. They know our staff and students not just because they've been here for decades, but because they care much more than any outside contractor ever will. They treat our buildings like they live here because this is their community. Taysir has raised his family here and makes sure that our building is a place he has been happy to send his own children to. Tommy volunteers with the fire department and VFW and is always seen around town. They're a vital resource to our school staff. Ask other districts about how privatization has worked out for them. Ask our staff about the difference between our custodians and the contractors who come into our buildings. Last year, we brought positions in-house after privatizing them, not just because it ended up being cheaper, but because subcontracted employees were never here long enough to establish relationships and their job performance was subsequently inferior. Contractors are only here for profit and move on when a more lucrative opportunity arises. Initial discounts go away, and districts can be left paying more and getting less. Our employees have dedicated decades of their lives to this district because it is their home.
15 seconds.
The difference could not be clearer. And lastly, as a taxpayer, I'm a little confused that you're telling me that the budget, there's still $1 million to close, but we're not going to know about it until April 23rd, when it'll essentially be too late to do anything about it, too late to organize about it, too late to really let the community say anything. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brenda Palumbo. I am a resident of East Brunswick. I am the wife of Alex Palumbo, the head custodian at Bon Marone School. Alex has worked for the district for 3 years. From the start, he knew this was more than just a job. It was a community. It quickly became his home away from home. Because of that, Alex and I made the decision to buy a home here in East Brunswick and raise our daughter in this district. Alex takes great pride in his work. He's often the first person in the building each day, making sure everything is ready so students and staff can begin their day safely. His commitment goes far beyond his daily responsibilities. As his wife, I have seen that dedication firsthand. I have watched him wake up in the early hours during snowstorms to ensure that school is safe and accessible. I have seen him give his time to support extracurricular activities and school events. He is deeply committed to creating a safe and welcoming environment, and he is always striving to grow and improve. One cold, icy morning, he arrived before sunrise to clear the property. When students arrived, one child said to him, "Thank you for making it safe for us, Mr. Alex." That moment reflects the true impact of his work. His role is about more than maintenance. It is about creating a place where children feel safe and cared for from the moment they walk in. As a future parent of a child entering this district next year, that means everything to me. I want my daughter to feel safe, supported, and welcomed every day. Please do not privatize these positions. They matter. They are our community. Alex is not just a custodian. He is part of the school community. Please do not replace them. Thank you for listening.
Hi, I'm Jeffrey Davis. I teach theater and humanities at the high school. This is my 20th year teaching in this district. I've worked with a lot of these people. I'm here tonight to tell you that a lot of what you've just heard from other people. These are amazing people. Saul and Carrie, they take care of us in ways you can't understand unless you're there. I personally put a lot of extra demands on them because I run the theater program and we have our Saturday set builds and late nights and rehearsals that go on forever. When I come in on Saturday morning, Saul's got the door to the auditorium open for us and the lights on. And the doors in the back are open so my kids can get in and out, and he's prepared for us because he knows us and he knows what we need. When our parents are setting up the lobby, they know, our custodians know, they're going to need ice, and they bring them the ice. They know how everything works. Outside contractors don't know this. I don't know if any of you, I don't know when privatizing, I think it probably only happens in public institutions. So I don't know if any of you have experienced what it's like when somebody privatizes. But I can tell you what it's like. It sucks. It's horrible. You've heard it from everybody who's come up here. And the reason is that the same reason why you're looking at it, because it's a great budget line, right? You're going to save so much money. There are intangibles that I'm here to ask you to please consider. Because the intangibles are much more important than the money that we can save. These people are members of our community. They know our students, they know our teachers, they know our programs, and they are here for us every day. Anybody you bring from outside is going to be a low-paid contractor who's going to swing in and out. As we've heard, people are constantly there's churn all the time. They're not going to know what we need them to know. And that is going to affect our schools. And what I would beg you guys to remember is that our working conditions are the students' learning conditions. So anything that negatively affects our school negatively affects our children. And I can tell you, as many people have, losing these guys would negatively affect this district. Thank you.
Good evening. Ellen Levenko, Mercedes Road, East Brunswick. I'm an instructional assistant at Warnsdorfer in a contained room. I'm part of the ESP Council, who spoke earlier, who were there, who are now not. I'm a mentor to two new IAs, but right now I'd like to speak on behalf of Warnsdorfer Elementary School's lead custodian, Paul Chavez Salazar, who's unable to be here. Paul has proudly served this district since 2020. Being a custodian is about so much more than cleaning. Every classroom, hallway, playground, and school grounds play a role in the health, safety, and well-being of the students and staff, and Paul takes that responsibility seriously. Much of his work happens behind the scenes, and he takes pride in making sure Warnsdorfer is a place where everyone feels safe, comfortable, and supported. The community means a great deal to him. He's built strong connections with staff, students, and families who make the school feel alive and meaningful. He has said being part of the community gives his work purpose. Please don't take that away from him. He is proud of what he does and proud to serve the district. He is not just a custodian, but part of the school community, as is the rest of these gentlemen here, and ladies, excuse me. On a personal note, my children went to Frost Elementary School early 2000s. They started in 2005. When I go to Central for maybe a PD, I always see Mr. Eric, who's right there. And the first thing he asks is how my two kids are, who, by the way, are turning 26 and 24 years old. When I go home, oh, Mr. Eric, oh, remember when? That's what they have. Paul, who I'm speaking on behalf, I needed him one day in the cafeteria. He didn't hesitate to come right over. I needed him to translate something because it was a brand new student from Peru spoke no English, and it was a safety issue. And he jumped right in, and then every day made sure he spoke to him in his language. Mr. Matt from Memorial, I worked with a one-on-one student, a challenging student. And when I was not there, I was absent that day, the next day he said, I made sure he was okay. I made sure in the cafeteria he was doing okay. That is what these people do every day. It's not asked of them. They do it because they love what they do. They love being with the students. They love helping the staff. Please, they are part of the community, and Tommy is part of our community. He would see my kids in high school, and my daughter would always say, yeah, Tommy's like, are you going to class? They're part of the community. And she did. She graduated college. These are the people that you're looking to privatize. Please reconsider.
15 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I guess I should move that up. Hi, I'm Kim Hoover. I teach at Churchill, and in a moment I'm going to be reading a statement on behalf of another teacher, but I have to give a shout out to Jeff first. He's fantastic. He's awesome. And also I got locked in my classroom the other day, not out of, in my classroom. And these are the people that I want to save me, who I trust, and I thank you for that. So now on behalf of Kate Sansone. Mark is the custodian at Churchill, and he runs the building with every need that administrators and teachers request. When the 7th grade teachers moved to the TCUs from Hammersholt, Mark was the custodian who helped every single teacher unpack and move their boxes. That's how I met Mark. He took away all of the 35 plus boxes in my room the very same day I moved into the TCUs, and made several visits throughout our move during the day to make sure every teacher had what they needed during the building transfer. From that day on, Mark has impressed the 7th grade staff by his prompt response to requests, concerns on an hourly basis, whether it be moving furniture, a student getting sick or having an accident in the room, a leak, water spilled from students, bugs in the classroom, all of these things, right? Temperature problems, which became a daily problem in the TCUs. He was and still is the expert maintenance man who could fix or resolve any problem reported. As a recently retired teacher with 25 and a half years of experience in East Brunswick School District, I have never been more impressed and appreciative of a custodian who could resolve problems within the hour of reporting them. He made the transition to the TCUs seamless and continued to help to maintain the building so that it would run smoothly and efficiently, keep teachers comfortable and able to do their jobs. The functionality of the school system would not be successful without the custodians in place. Thank you. And thank you.
Hi, my name is Mina Kim. I'm a teacher at Frost. I just wanted to take a moment to speak on behalf of our amazing custodians. I've had the opportunity to work with two of them, Mr. Eric and Miss Christie. Even in the first moments of stepping into Frost as a new teacher, one thing was abundantly clear to me. I told them I wasn't going to do this tonight. It was clear that they were the silent heartbeat of our schools, even as a new teacher who knew nothing. My first year teaching, I'd always be anxious to go into my classroom, so I'd show up way too early. And Mr. Eric one day came up to me and was like, "What are you doing here?" But the truth was, he was there even before I was. He's there before anybody else is. All our custodians are. They're often the first people in our buildings, long before anyone arrives, to turn on the lights to our school and to make sure that their building is prepared, warmed up for the day, and ready for everyone to come in. Their work sets the tone for the day that follows. They know our students by name. They build relationships. They know their quirks, which ones require a little bit more attention than others. They do the job that no one else wants to do truthfully, and they do it with patience, dignity, and a smile. On a given day, our phenomenal Miss Christie will spend her mornings cleaning up geese poop off the playground so we could have outdoor recess. On a 15-minute lunch duty that I have, I hear her name being radioed from the cafeteria to the playground to clean up the worst of messes, to the bathroom to only go back to the cafeteria. They go above and beyond on a daily basis because they take pride in our schools, their schools, and in our kids. When field trips in the elementary schools were eliminated for budget purposes, our fantastic principal, Dr. Delgado, made walking field trips possible for our Frost students. Grades K to 2 went to Butterfly Park. Miss Christie willingly spent the morning on her own time at the public parks, cleaning the public porta potties that she did not have to do, so that our staff and our students could have sanitized, safe places to go to if they needed. This was not in her job description, but she did this because she is dedicated and she puts the needs of our kids first. All of this is just not something that you could outsource. And if they are outsourced, as you've seen, it is clear that the returns won't be the same. It's not lost on any of us that you have a hard, arduous job in front of you right now with the budget. But when we start cutting corners on people, especially on family members, the impact is going to show in the form of reduced quality of cleanliness, reduced quality of safety, and ultimately in the reduced well-being of the people that we are all here aiming to serve, our children. So please, please reconsider this. Thank you.
Good evening. Teresa Moriali, ESL teacher, Memorial Elementary. I'm reading this letter on behalf of Saul Villagran and really all of our custodians. My name is Saul Villagran. I am the head custodian at East Brunswick High School. I have proudly worked for East Brunswick Public Schools for 27 years. Over that time, East Brunswick has become more than just a workplace. It is truly a home away from home. I know the staff, the students, the families. I take great pride in making sure our school is safe, clean, and welcoming every single day. But my role goes beyond maintaining the building. I am part of the fabric of this community. Students recognize me, staff rely on me, families know me. That connection matters. I am proud of the work I do, and I am proud to serve this district. I am not just a custodian, I'm part of this school community. Please don't replace us. Thank you.
Hi, oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Jennifer Beach Eberly, and I'm a kindergarten teacher at Memorial School. And I just wanted to take a moment to show my appreciation and support to Matt Diaz. He's our school custodian, and he is a vital part of our school family. He knows every student by name, and he's a positive role model to them all. He's friendly, he's supportive, and he really cares about them. He takes the time to talk to our students. He knows what sports teams they like. He high-fives them. He cares about how they're feeling. He knows what's going on in their lives. He knows their families. He truly knows them, and they know he cares. When he walks into my room, my students light up. Matt also supports teachers in every way he can, and always with a smile on his face. I have lunchroom duty every day, which is not the easiest task, but without fail, I turn around, and he is there helping me. When he's there, everything just runs smoother. His presence makes our school feel safer and more connected. And Memorial would not be the same without Matt. He's irreplaceable. Thank you.
Seema Nadkar, Seema Nadkar, Instructional Assistant at Central. I'm also the EBEA Director of Support Staff and ESP Council Chair. I'm just here to talk a little bit about Eric. Eric keeps the Central School spotless. He immediately responds to any requests or concerns leading to safe and clean environment for our students. Despite his busy schedule, he always stops to say a quick good morning to our special needs students in the hallway, creating a welcoming space for them. Thank you, Eric.
Good evening. Chris Hines, NJEA representative. I'm going to be reading here a statement on behalf of Tommy Eustace. My name is Tommy Eustace. I'm a custodian at the Hammersholt Upper Elementary School. I began working in East Brunswick in 1989 and have proudly served the East Brunswick Public Schools for 38 years. This is more than just a job to me. It's my community. I live in East Brunswick. I went to school here. And I continue to give back as a volunteer with the East Brunswick Fire Department and as an active member of VFW Post 133. My roots here run deep. I take great pride in the work I do every day. I give 100% of myself to this district and work closely with my principal to help ensure a safe, clean, and supportive environment for our students and our staff. I'm proud to work here. I'm not just a custodian, I'm part of this school community. Please don't replace us. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jane Geiger. My husband and I live on Overland Road, which in a property which is adjacent to the Frost School property. And I'm here this evening to address my concern about the proposed expansion of the Frost School parking lot and bus loop. I trust that you have received and reviewed the petition signed by many of our neighbors whose homes are adjacent to the Frost proposed project. As we talked to neighbors about the expansion project, many expressed frustration over the planned removal of a significant portion of the children's play areas, air and noise pollution, water runoff, removal of mature wooded areas, and the lack of community involvement in the proposed planning of this significant project that will impact so many of us. Speaking personally, the primary concern my husband and I have about this project is the proposed elimination of the green space, the open field at Frost School. The area surrounding the Frost School neighborhood has recently seen the elimination of recreation space. First came the Hammersholt Middle School construction work, which eliminated a baseball field, a softball field, and 2 soccer fields. What remains in terms of playing area is a small strip of land, too small for any organized team sports. Then came the construction of the Summerhill Garden apartments on the edge of Frost Woods. Frost Woods is an area where many local residents walk the paths and bike the trails. A wide swath of Frost Woods wooded area was raised to make room for the apartments and required parking. This proposal will pave much of the open field area of Frost School. The school field has been used extensively for school gym classes, recess, and the school's annual field day and rocket launch. The baseball diamond is used for kickball games, but perhaps what is not obvious to those not living in the immediate Frost area is that the school's open field has been frequently used as convenient practice space by the town's soccer club, the young children's baseball and softball teams, by local residents for pickup flag football games, soccer practice, golf practice, batting practice, and even by our local 2-time Summer Olympian who honed his craft for many hours on the open field. It is walkable to and convenient for the residents of the hundreds of homes in the Frost School
15
neighborhood.
seconds.
Often a school is not just a school, it is a community hub. This is true of Frost School. It is the neighborhood's park for children of all ages. In light of all the prior discussions about budget concerns this evening, I trust and hope that you will reconsider this particular project at this juncture. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Flor Bahar. I live 200 feet away from the school, Frost School. In behalf of my Frost Avenue neighborhood family, we would like to comment on the proposed parking lot renovation. We are all experiencing the hardship of the current economy. The East Brunswick School is having budget deficits and drastic cutbacks. And with this, I propose a halt with the parking lot renovation and channel it to where it's needed the most. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Joseph Kokolo. I live at 55 Frost Avenue. I'm actually a fairly new resident of East Brunswick of just 2 years. My wife and I moved here. We just had a baby 5 months ago, and we're excited to be part of the community, and I'm really inspired to see how this community comes together. Specifically, I just wanted to voice my concerns on the parking lot expansion project. Me and my wife really liked the area and the elementary school, and to hear that the parking lot was going to be expanded. Not just that, but also that behind our house, they were going to build potentially a 15-foot wall and a 6-foot fence on top of that. Was very alarming to us, and we only learned about it when we started to dig into the blueprints for the construction, and we aren't engineers or experts, so it really took us a long time to kind of truly understand how that may impact us. We're concerned about other things as well as light coming into our backyards, noise pollution, idling buses, creating air quality issues. And I was hoping to just voice these concerns today as a new resident of East Brunswick. And I hope that the board can maybe consider if there's alternatives for building a giant wall in our backyards. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Today I'm talking about the same subject about the Frost parking expansion project. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Sherry Ying, living at 61 Frost Avenue. I'm a retired professional civil and structural engineer with over 30 years of experience. After reviewing the Frost expansion plans, I'm here to highlight the following design issues that pose serious risks to both the students and the adjacent private properties. Point 1, student safety and fall risk. First, please look at this section. This proposed 8 to 12-foot retaining wall is a major safety hazard. There are no guards on top of the wall. A 6-foot fence sets back that creates a 3-foot wide, accessible and walkable surface, allowing students to sneak behind it. This is a predictable, attractive nuisance that creates a major fall risk and significant legal liability for the district. And this design doesn't comply with Building Code IBC 1015.2, which requires guards for drops exceeding 30 inches. Point 2, drainage and NJDEP violations. Second, the drainage design is technically and legally flawed. Discharging untreated parking lot runoff through weep holes directly to our private property is an illegal point source discharge under NJDEP stormwater and erosion control rules. This concentrated hydraulic pressure wall will saturate your setback, green surface, and our soil, contaminate it with road salt, and potentially destabilize the foundation of our homes. We demand a closed pipe system that redirects all runoff to the school parking drainage system, or provide engineering calculations proving that the design complies with NJDEP standards. Point 3, environment impact. Third, the current design proposed a 6-foot PVC solid fence to replace the removed mature trees. Per the product specifications, this type of privacy fence is not designed to reduce the traffic noise. The removal of the mature trees requires a real solution to mitigate the impact on our property value and the neighborhood.
15 seconds.
We demand a solid fence and a dense engineering buffer to mitigate light pollution, traffic noise, and the loss of our natural green space. We will respectfully urge the board to pause this project until these technical and safety flaws are addressed in the revised site plan. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Steve Conradi. I've never come to one of these meetings, so I didn't know what to expect on this and stuff like that. But I used to be where these guys were and stuff like that, and I can say that cutting their jobs is not going to really help because they're the ones that fix everything. But that said, I don't know what budget line that is because I don't see any budget line. I don't know what anything in this town costs. But I can tell you this, being a homeowner, I can't afford to live here anymore. I work 2 jobs to pay for my property taxes. My property taxes went up $10,000 this year. I was told by the town that everyone's property taxes are going to go up. Now I'm hearing about there's a 6% raise because of the Board of Education. And the education part is the most biggest part of our property tax. And I can't understand why other states like Massachusetts, who have better schools, and I was told that New Jersey has the best schools, but it's not true. It's actually Massachusetts. And their property taxes are $7,000 for a town like East Brunswick. And $7,000. Connecticut is also higher than New Jersey, and their property taxes are way lower than us. And I wanted to see how that could be, but I don't see anything. I don't see anything. I was told that these schools are great. And my son went here, and he would pay for we would pay for the $75 for the fees for going to play sports and stuff like that. We did fundraisers when we were kids to pay for things. I just don't understand why we don't have this transparency of getting this information. And again, my son went to school here, got all A's and B's. But you know what? He didn't get into Rutgers. He had A's and B's and went to East Brunswick High School.
Sorry, 10 seconds.
And I don't see it. There's something wrong here. And I think you just have to be open. That's it.
Hi, everyone. My name is Erin Satrin. I am the president of the PTA at Frost School, and I'm in here on support of the Frost parking lot expansion. I'm here to speak about the need for a parking lot expansion at Frost Elementary School as a mom of 3 kids who has currently children in the school right now. This is an important safety and logistical issue that affects our students, staff, and the surrounding neighborhood every single day that I see every day. Currently, the parking lot does not allow school buses to move through the lot safely and efficiently. During arrival and dismissal, the space is extremely limited, creating congestion, making it difficult for buses to navigate the area as they transport students. In addition, the school currently has 109 staff members, and the existing parking lot of 56 spaces currently does not have the capacity to accommodate them. As a result, many teachers and staff are forced to park down the street in the surrounding neighborhood. This creates additional safety concerns and places strain on the neighborhood streets that were not designed to handle this level of daily school parking. Expanding the parking lot would help improve traffic flow, increase safety for buses and students, and provide adequate parking for staff. It would also reduce the impact on nearby residents by decreasing the need for teachers to park throughout the neighborhood. For these reasons, the parking lot expansion at Frost Elementary is both necessary, beneficial to the school community, and the surrounding area. I also, of course, want to speak to the essential nature of our school custodians. I literally could not run the PTA without Miss Christie. From setting up our events to helping me every single day in the school, she is irreplaceable to all of our students and families at Frost. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, superintendent. My name is Joe Toma. I am an NJA consultant and friend of the East Brunswick Education Association. I had the speech prepared. Then I waited 3 hours in a double line, packed like sardines with people who desperately want to speak tonight. But because of how long this meeting went, they couldn't. So a little tip, you can adopt the agenda with flexibility and move public comments. Many people would have spoken, but unfortunately those constituents of yours had to leave because of time. I think President Zimbicki and Vice President Wildermuth said it best, so I'm just going to echo and finalize it with one statement. Besides the irony of coming up here to speak and walking past a "We Are Hiring" sign, budgets are moral documents.
Hi, Rachel Thomas, teacher at Memorial Elementary, parent of a student at Bound and a student at Churchill. I've worked with many of these custodians. I remember Tommy from high school, Mr. Eric, of course, Matt and Mark. Our custodians are an integral part of keeping our schools running smoothly each and every day. Privatizing these jobs is the wrong way to save money. Privatizing custodians will have negative impacts, not only on our students, but on the school climates across the district. Mr. Matt has been Memorial's custodian for the past 5 years. He is amazing. In just 5 years, he's become a vital part of the Memorial family. We cannot imagine our school without him. I realize parts of his job can be done by anyone. Anyone can sweep, sort of, or mop, sort of. They could probably set up for an assembly. They can clean up accidents or throw up. But our custodians do so much more without a second thought. This is not a glorious job that they're doing by any means, but they do it with a smile every single time. Matt does so much more than just his job description. The students adore him. He's the best role model. He celebrates their wins, comforts them when they're sad. He has secret handshakes, inside jokes, nicknames with so many of the students. He talks sports with them. He comes to evening PTA events on his own free time. The kids run to him when they see him. This type of relationship our EB custodians have built all across our district. Elementary schools typically have very few male teachers. Students benefit from seeing men who are hardworking, consistent, reliable. They need men and women that can be trusted adults. We are so lucky at Memorial that we have all of that and more in Mr. Matt. You've already privatized our nighttime custodians. We frequently need to let Matt know about issues that were not addressed by them. This might sound trivial, but we can go days without them refilling our paper towels, even with a sign taped to it saying empty. We call Matt, and in minutes we have a new paper towel, so it's not a supply issue. Communication is a constant problem when attempting to problem solve and work with the privatized staff that we currently have. Privatizing daytime custodians as well will be detrimental to daily functioning of our schools. This will lead to less accountability, decreased quality of service. They will not feel the same sense that our school is their school, their home. Instead, it'll be where they work. There will be higher turnover instead of custodians who know the building inside and out. A longer chain of command when there are big issues will lead to longer wait times that could have been an easy fix. Our current custodians know their building well, and they problem solve to fix issues quickly. How much will really be saved by switching? With our EB custodians, we
15
know
seconds.
we are getting employees who care. They put their whole heart into their career. It's not just a job. They do a fabulous job doing it day in and day out because they care about the students, the staff, and their school. This is worth more than saving a minimal amount of money. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Diana Barsby, and I graduated from East Brunswick High School in 2016. This district shaped a huge part of who I am. When I think back on my time in these schools, I don't just remember the classes, I remember the people who were always there, the ones who made the environment feel safe, familiar, and cared for. My dad, Taysir, has been a custodian in this district for 36 years. And growing up, folks at every level from every school, at every organizational level, knew who he was and always let me know that he was the most hardworking person that they knew. People would go out of their way to tell me that and how much that he meant to the school. And at the time, I didn't fully understand what that meant, but I do now. There are many others too, people like Tommy. Everyone knew him and everyone respected him. And they weren't just doing a job, they were a part of the school in a real human way. And a lot of what they did, people never saw. On snow days, my dad would leave at 6 o'clock in the morning and come home late at night, sometimes 8, 9, or 10 o'clock for days in a row, just to make sure that these buildings were safe for students. He still does that today. And he did so for every single snow day this year. He didn't take a single one off. Looking back now, I realize how much I took that consistency and that care for granted. Those rules weren't background noise, they were a part of what made everything else possible. I understand that budgets are complex, but this decision is not just about cost. It's about replacing people who are part of this community with people who are not. And once you make that trade, you don't just lose employees. You lose trust and you lose familiarity. You lose the kind of environment that students rely on, even if they don't have the words for it yet. So before you make this decision, I would ask you to think carefully about what you're actually choosing to give up. Because once it's gone, it's the students who will feel it, what's missing every single day. Thank you.
Superintendent, Madam President, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. My name's Tom Cucchiera. I'm a business owner of some 40 years, based in Freehold. Would be East Freehold Road in Freehold. I must say, as an outsider, that it is it's awe-inspiring to experience the dedication and the passion and the commitment that you all have, and not to mention the turnout from the community. It's something that you really don't see every day. I've been in front of more than a few Board of Eds and boards of commissioners and things like that. I have honestly never experienced this, so I just want to make that comment because it's inspiring, to say the least. I'm a business owner, like I said, of about 40 years. I'm an engineer. I have a reputation for being a problem solver. And as it happens, I'm also subscribed to TAP East Brunswick, which is where I found out about your budget situation. If you would be open, I would like to use that ability to help you solve a problem. So my mission here tonight has made me feel much better about what I'd like to do for you if you're open to it. I only have one question. I'm doing a feasibility study to see how realistic my strategies. I have a couple strategies that I'm thinking on that may actually help you bridge that gap. So I have one question, and I'd like to direct it to Mr. Crotchfeld, because I think you have a line on the numbers. Do you happen to know off the top of your head what your line item is for electricity?
Not a back and forth dialogue. This is public comment after comments.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to find out. So if I could get that information, if you would be open to it, I think I may have a way to bridge that gap for you.
So, sir, if you would like to leave your information with Ms. Mandler right
Sure.
there, Mr. Crotchfeld could possibly get
Okay.
in touch with you after.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Good night.
Rose Cruz, 22 Perry Road. I want to thank the Special Education Director, Luis Sultana Larocco, and the supervisors, Dr. Cheryl Pulsine-Moore, Colleen Canto, and Melissa Caruso. In addition to supporting the recent transition fair that Dr. Mammon shared about 4 hours ago, yesterday, after a full day of working to support all of our kiddos, the team generously volunteered to join us at the library and spend 90 minutes with a group of about 20 parents who showed up at the special ed town hall. Their dedication and professionalism is undeniable, and we are so fortunate to have them. This type of accessibility is rare for any district. They can't speak openly about the challenges they face every day. People don't typically seek out CPAG because things are going great. Our hope is that through positive interactions with the department and parent workshops, families will feel more educated and empowered to be effective advocates for their children. Also, the title custodian means caretaker. They don't just clean floors. They keep every square inch of the school safe for the students that are as young as 3 and 4 years old in ELA. The kids consider the custodians at Lawrence Brook Jessica and Francisco to be trusted adults. Aside from the school days, the custodial support before, during, and after our PTA events is indispensable, and we are so grateful.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Is there anyone else wishing to address the board this evening? Go ahead, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Eric Villagran. I be here. I'm the head custodian at Central School, my family. I be here 25 years working for East Brunswick Public School, and I'm very proud of that. My experience helped to ensure a safe, clean, and productive learning environment for all students and staff. Very important, the students, staff know me. I'm a family face, someone they can trust me. I'm not just a custodian. I'm part of this community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Diaz. I'm the head custodian at Memorial Elementary School. I proudly served this district for 5 years. In that time at Memorial, it has become my second family. I spend 8 hours a day, all week, with them. I got to know them personally, in and out, as they got to know me. It's a place where safety, trust, and community matter every day. Being a custodian is about much more than just cleaning. I take responsibility for helping maintaining a safe environment for the students and staff, ensuring the building runs smoothly for students and their families as well. I am proactive in identifying maintenance issues and making sure they are addressed quickly, because safety cannot wait. I take pride in treating this school as if it were my own. I am a familiar, friendly, and approachable presence, someone the students and staff can count on. I see myself as the glue of the building, helping protect students and staff from hazardous, supporting daily operations, and making sure events and community activities run smooth. When everything is set up and taken care of, others can focus on what truly matters, education and growth. I am proud of the work I do and proud to serve this district. I'm not just a custodian, I'm also Mr. Matt, bro to some of the kids, Mr. Fixer. I'm part of this community. Please do not replace us. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mark Calora, head custodian, Churchill Junior High School. I've been here since 2007, 19 years. I've been around. As a custodian, we have a strong relationship with the staff, students, and family. They know me, they trust me. They know I'm safe, reliable in the building every single day. I worry about bringing in outsiders, strangers to our building. Our schools can truly trust that. Will they know your building, your people, needs? District custodians take ownership at our schools. We respond to alarms, support our principals, staff, students, operate expensive equipment, run boilers all winter long. Recently, during the snowstorms, we had 3 machines go down. I got done at Churchill, had to go to the other 3 schools to fix the machines to keep going. Then had to go home and do my own house. Please don't replace us.
Good night, everyone. My name is Mark Farris. I'm the head custodian at Chiddick, and I open the admin building every morning. I have dedicated 11 years working in this district. I love working in this district. There's nothing else I would want to do more than working in this district, taking care of your school, helping the kids. I consider this district as my second home. Losing my job would be devastating to me and my family. To replace us with somebody simply because they are cheaper is not only painful to me, but it's heartbroken. It breaks my heart. I hardly can find the words to say how I'm hurting right now. We bring value every day to this. We bring value every day. Me and my challenger are more than just a line in a budget. We provide exceptional service with a level of dedication that cannot be replaced. I take great pride in my work. This work brings me joy. I knew I make a difference in this community. I am just not a custodian. I am a part of the school district. I have faith that you will do the right thing and right thing and stand by your workers. Because when you guys call on us, we answer the call. And now we're calling on you guys, and I pray that you guys answer the call. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Sidlecki. I live at 85 Tices Lane. I'm a custodian at Churchill Junior High School. I've worked in East Brunswick since 1983, 43 years of service to this district. I live here, I grew up here, I went to school here, class of 1979. This is my community. I take pride in supporting our schools and being there for community events and activities. I provide the best service I can for the people I serve, my neighbors. When I'm needed, I step up. I have covered as a head custodian at Bound Monroe, and I hold a Black Seal boiler's license. I am proud of the work to do, and I am proud to serve this district. I'm not just a custodian, I'm a part of this community. Please, don't replace us.
Good evening. My name is Oscar Salazar. I am head custodian at Evening School. I have worked in East Brunswick for the last 24 years. I am the winner of the Employer of the Year. I dedicated these years to serve the students, teachers, staff, and community. I am a JAG custodian. Every day I perform my JAG with great love and responsibility. I never had a single problem. In all these years, I always make sure that the students and staff remain safe. And a JAG custodian, I am part of this community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christy Gutierrez, and I'm the head custodian at Frost School. While I have only been here for 4 years, this district has truly become my second home. I'm a helper. I support students during lunch, assist the PTA with the events, help teachers every day, and I'm always there with my principal calls. I'm being custodian for 17 years, and I'm being hired here was a moment of pride and joy for me. That's why this is so heartbreaking. My family depends on me. And the idea of losing my job, not because of my work, but because someone else may be cheaper is a gut punch. What we do, what, sorry. What we do goes far beyond cleaning. We create safe, welcoming environments for the students and all the staff. We set up breakfast every morning, clean cafeterias, maintain classrooms, stripping floors during the summer. I care for the playgrounds and fields. I remove the snow, prepare for the events, monitoring building systems, and respond to the emergencies, always with a smile. Can a privatized service truly replace that level of care and commitment? I don't believe so. I take great pride in what I do. And I do with all my heart because East Brunswick is beyond my home. Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to address the board this evening? Okay. Okay. No one else? Going once? Going twice?
You can't speak again, I'm sorry.
No.
Hi, my name is Ali Patel. I live at 15 Pawnee Road. I spoke here 2 weeks ago, I think 3 weeks ago, whatever calendar was. And I just wanted to reiterate kind of the words that came from you guys. You wanted to hear from the community. This is the community. You wanted to hear what is valuable to us in East Brunswick. Our people are important to us in East Brunswick. You want to know where our budget is, what we value. Our budget should value these people. This is what our community is. This is what we want to preserve. I know you have a very, very tough job. I'm not going to say you don't, but please find other ways. I was here last year till 1 o'clock in the morning trying to save our music program, and you did. We have to find a way to now save what's important to us this year, which is our people. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jenna Lyons. I am oh my goodness, I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting to speak. I'm a speech language specialist at Frost School. I'm also the treasurer of the EBEA, and I am here to now speak to read a statement from Tasir Barspai. My name is Tasir Barspai, and I am the head custodian at Hammersholt Upper Elementary School. I began working in this district in 1990, proudly dedicating 36 years of service to our schools. I live in East Brunswick with my wife and our 4 amazing children who attend these schools. This isn't just where I work, this is my community. I am always available and always on call. I work days, nights, and at JM Pack, often putting this district before my own family. For 36 years, I have worked quietly behind the scenes to ensure our schools are safe, clean, and welcoming. I take great pride in that. Over the years, I've built strong connections with students, parents, and staff. I've been a familiar, friendly face, someone they can count on. Supporting a positive school environment isn't just my job, it's who I am. What I do goes far beyond what people see. During the pandemic, I came in every day to prepare safe spaces for students and staff. I've set up gyms for athletics, supported drama productions, painted entire hallways, and responded whenever there is an emergency. This community can rely on me. I am proud of the work I do and proud to serve this district. Now I'm asking for your help. Please save my job and the jobs of my colleagues. I'm not just a custodian. I'm part of the school community. Please don't replace us. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Good evening. My name is Noor Barsbai, and I graduated from East Brunswick High School in 2020. I grew up in this district with my siblings, so these schools have always been a big part of my life. Growing up, custodians were always there, people you'd see every day, year after year. You may not realize their importance now, but with outsourcing, it will become clear. For me, it's also personal, because my dad has been a custodian in this district for 36 years. So when I hear that these positions might be outsourced, I worry for the future students that didn't have the same experience that we're lucky to have. I started a petition in hopes of support, and in just 1 week, 630 people signed it. A lot of people in the community feel the same way. Outsourcing may save money, but it takes away the people who make these schools feel like a community. I'm just asking you to please think about the people behind this decision and what this really means for families like mine. Thank you.
Anybody else? Once public comments are closed, we can't open them back up. So, okay, going once, going twice. Public comments are closed. Yeah, so I just, if I may, I'm not in the habit of, I know this isn't a back and forth, but I'm also human, and I'm not in the habit of just leaving people to walk away and wonder what we're thinking. However, because this is a contractual issue, we're not at liberty to speak about it, but I'm looking around the board, and you can see that this is not easy for anybody, and I can't even speak as to what we're, so I will turn it over to Matt.
So I just want to, we appreciate everything everyone said this evening. I just want to tell people, there's nothing on the agenda outsourcing people tonight. You've all heard this evening, the board is faced with, and not just this board, boards across the state. Across the state, you just open the paper, whether you're at Star Ledger, Bergen Record, every board across the state is confronted with, frankly, a catastrophe, and you heard why. A lot of it's completely out of our control. It's from the state. So before any board outsources, boards of education, public education, there's a law. This was a law that the NJA helped pass in 2020. And it's in the PERC law. PERC is the body that oversees public contracts, union contracts. And what it says is before any employer, this board, considers outsourcing. And the only reason that the board is considering it, they're considering lots of things. You've heard just this evening about fees. Before they consider it, and before they put out for bids and negotiate and contract outsourcing, they have to provide written notice to the union. At least 90 days before they put out a bid, before they contract, they have to provide written notice to the union so that the union can engage in impact bargaining. So do you know what impact bargaining is? It's giving the union the opportunity to come up with other cost-saving alternatives to prevent the outsourcing. You got to give the union a chance to make a presentation about what could be else be cut so that you don't have to outsource. That's what the law mandates. This board and the board's negotiation team gave the EBA notice in January of this year. In our negotiation proposals, we gave them notice again in March. So we have invited the EBA to engage in the impact bargaining. We're going to be actually meeting with the EBA negotiations team. Many of the people who got up here tonight and spoke are on that negotiations team. We're going to be meeting with them this coming Monday. We're all open ears. So the union has the ability to engage in impact bargaining and tell us, how do we close $1 million budget gap? And please don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt anybody when I was speaking. So the law is very clear what the board is required to do. And the board has done what it's required to do, is to give notice of the potential of outsourcing. And they're doing it because of the budget. You saw a $5 million budget hole with a 6.16 tax increase. Huge tax increase, and you still have a huge budget hole. So we invited the EBA to give us proposals since January. We've met. So Monday evening, we're open ears. And you remember, when you're in the labor negotiations, the guy who's my mentor, you had mentors this evening. I had a guy who passed away 21 years ago. He was my teacher, great guy. It's called labor relations. It's a relationship. This is not just the board making this decision. This is a decision, and the law mandates it, that the union has to actively participate in coming up with alternatives. So we are looking forward to hearing the union's alternatives to help not have outsourcing. And that'll be a Monday evening. We're meeting with them at 5 o'clock. We're all ears. So I hope that answers some of your questions, guys. Oh, one other thing I wanted to mention. I heard earlier that when people get outsourced, they don't have health benefits. So I just want to, that's just a fallacy. Fallacy is a matter of law. In America, not New Jersey, in America, if you work 30 or more hours a week, your employer is mandated to provide health benefits. It's called the Affordable Care Act. It's been in place since President Obama, who signed the legislation. So anyone who works 30 or more hours a week, they get health benefits in America. That's a law, a federal law. So nobody is looking at this. This board doesn't take any of this lightly. Any decisions they're making regarding this budget are difficult, heart-wrenching. Your board president gets calls all the time from all the board members because these are tough decisions. But this decision is something that we will be engaged with, and your union has an active voice in coming up with alternatives.
Will this be an open meeting?
So, no, it's not an open meeting. Whoever said that, please don't yell from the audience, but the union and the board negotiations team meet privately. There are ground rules, and we are meeting, we have more dates scheduled. The next one is this coming Monday. So your union leadership can help us, this board, look at other alternatives to come up with a huge amount of savings. So thank you very much.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay, I'm just gonna, excuse me, I'm gonna call for a brief recess so people can exit. Okay, we are back. Okay, we are moving on to our agenda. We'll do Board of Education, items 1 and 2.
So moved.
Second.
Lori and Wilbur, discussion? No? No? Okay, this is a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstention? Oh,
Yes, I need to abstain from March 19th.
March 19th. Okay, so motion carries. Okay. All right, we're moving on to business and support operations, items 1 through 16. Do we have a motion?
Move.
Second.
Wilbur and Lori. Discussion?
I just need to abstain from one.
When you vote,
Thank
just say
you. Yeah.
You need
whatever
to
one you're
abstain
going to
from two.
abstain.
One component. Yeah, I didn't finish my sentence. Thank you.
Actually,
My
me?
bad.
Yes, I know. I know, Joe. Don't worry. I'm just
trying to help.
No, it's discussion, though. Okay, I do have a discussion on item number 4. There's a change order for window and door replacements totaling $9 million. Is this new?
No, so the change order is reducing the cost of the contract by $8,000. So the contract was $9,649,000. It's going to $9,641,000. So it's a reduction of the contract.
Okay, but is this something that can be revisited, given that it's $9 million?
No, the project's done. So like, all the work has been done.
It just came out less
so-
than what it was.
There was an issue where there's a contractor's lien, so it's being reduced by $8,000 to close it out.
Okay. All right, and then on item 3, page 15, business and, here I have it for you if you want. So I see that for Hatikva, there's a payment for $531,000. Can you just tell me what that is?
That's their monthly payment,
Okay.
so that's 1 month's worth of
It's
tuition.
530,
Yes.
okay. So just so the public is aware, that's what we give them on a monthly basis. Okay, I think that was it for me. And then the travel in here, does this cover professional development?
So it could cover, if it's a traveling teacher going through, between buildings, it could be travel going to a PD in the registration cost.
Okay. So as far as the PD goes, what happens if they've announced retirement?
So it, depending on when the announcement is and if it's a requirement, part of why they're still in the position, that they maintain whatever where the PD is relevant. Yeah, if you let me know the specifics, I can look into it.
No,
and get the
I'm
detail.
just asking because I want to make sure that, it would seem reasonable that the point of PD is for them to bring that back to the district. So if retirement has been announced, there shouldn't be any PD really happening, right? Is that a Dr. Newman question?
I think that's a fair assumption.
No, it's.
There's an ESL teacher on here going to TESOL, and then there's a supervisor going to a conference. I'm not aware that either one are retiring.
No, I think it's a more
It's a general question.
A general, okay.
Yeah. No, it came up as a discussion. Somebody was asking me, so I want to, yeah. So is that our?
If they retire?
Right, retiring. Once retirement is announced, there's no need to continue PD?
I mean, if it's in their contract that they're allowed PD, and it's this part of the school year.
Well, but most PD, just under the contract, is, it's got to have some type of an approval. So, your question is if somebody's on the verge of retiring.
Right.
I doubt that a principal would approve that. It's not that so under the contract, there's another thing in there that says people just can pick PD and go do it. It's all got to be approved through a process, you got to apply for it, et cetera. So I would say typically, in my experience, I haven't seen folks who are on the verge of retiring signing up for PD.
Okay.
But if they announce in the beginning of the year and they wanted to go to a session earlier in the year,
Yeah, and earlier in the year, yeah. I'm talking,
be
if you're talking
appropriate.
about something like now and you're retiring in
no,
6 years. But yeah, if it's earlier in the year, and PD, if there's a new testing, something going out, PD, even if it's in your last year of teaching, can be valuable.
Okay,
So,
all right, thank you. That, it did come up as a question, so I think that was it for me. Anybody else? No? Okay. So this is a roll call vote.
Anna Braun,
Yes.
Timothy Cummings,
Yes, just abstention from number 2, specifically the pay ID T000101110. Sorry about that.
Antonetti Vola,
Yes, but abstaining from 14.
Louis Figueroa,
Yes.
Lori Herrick,
Yes.
Lee Woo Hung,
Yes.
Wilbur Pan,
Yes.
Mary Ann Tanios.
Yes, also abstaining from 14, and the reason that Antoinette and I are abstaining from 14 is because it's a gift from the Hammarskjöld PTA. So as PTA presidents there, we cannot vote on this.
We appreciate the gift, though.
You're welcome. Okay.
Can I just make a note
Yes,
on the
please.
curriculum section? Curriculum number 2, I just want to note that under the recommendation, there is a typo. It should reflect that it's for Francois Sir, not Steve Barnett. So it was just a typo, name carried over, so.
Okay. All right, curriculum and instruction, items 1 through 10. Do we have a motion?
Move.
Wilbur and Lori. Discussion? Discussion, okay. Is it just me? Am I annoying? Okay. Question on number 8, because, do you have a discussion? Because I'm supposed to go last, so go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I just feel like I just haven't given anybody a chance to speak tonight, so. No, for question 8, I would just like it if, that you guys, Lori, you're the chair of the curriculum committee, if you could just explain what that would look like? And the item is,
I think it would be easier for her to explain.
So currently, the sixth graders have a cycle and an elective. So if you are, and the cycles are not choice. So if you're choosing band or orchestra, for example, that's all you're getting. You can't pick anything else.
Right.
So the proposal made to the curriculum committee, which was vetted by staff, parents, students even, Mr. Petranco and Mr. Niamichi did a great job vetting it out with all stakeholders, is that instead of the cycle for the sixth graders, they would have 2 electives. Everything that's currently being offered as a cycle is being offered as elective. The only difference is that the kids would have choice now. So if you're in the band and orchestra, which as Ms. Braun said, many of the students are, now you can also choose another elective.
I do like this also, because that will probably have more enrollment in all of the electives as well.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Did anyone else have a comment on that item? So my only concern here, and I brought this up in the curriculum committee, is that when the cycles were rolled out, I think it was Mr. Hank Stinkowitz that rolled the idea of a cycle out, was because students weren't guaranteed their electives. So I just want to make sure that they're going to be given an opportunity to at least do some of their top electives, because historically that hasn't been the case. I'm hoping there's going to be efforts there to.
Mr. Niamichi is a master schedule, and he's been working diligently to ensure that, with this opportunity, that kids are really selecting what they want and not all being put into the cycle without choice, that they'd be getting their top choices.
Okay, thank you. And then on item 9, the IPPO national competition, which is wonderful. But I just want to point out, because people are wondering about our budget and our costs, that the cost of that is $47,950. That's fully district funded.
There's fundraiser and also the Cybele grant is funding that
Fully?
through the EBF. There is a district portion, but the vast majority is funded by the students, the grant. But there still is a district portion, and that should be noted
Marion,
on the backup.
the board is funding $4,468.
Okay, all right. Just so the public is aware. Yeah. That's all. That's it. Anybody else on these items?
Sorry, just one last question on the dual elective. We mentioned that we were going to be making sure that students were getting the electives that they wanted. When are we going to assess that, and how?
When?
Yeah.
The students are already selecting the tallies are coming in for student selection. They're already making their recommendations for next school year. And the school administration is working on gathering the tallies, finalizing the choices, and mapping out staffing needs and teacher schedules.
So by the end of the school year, maybe?
Oh,
we'll have-
yes,
Okay,
yes,
thanks.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, so this is a.
I have a
roll-
question, Matt. Do we have to abstain from number 8?
Number 7?
No, from number 8, because it's a Hughes. We don't really have to?
No, but it's not PTA related.
It's not-
Yeah, that's not, you know,
I don't know.
No, yeah.
Good question.
Yeah. But number 7, Angela, yeah, okay. Okay, so, and the reason we're recusing ourselves from number 7 is, again, this is a PTA-funded field trip to the Bayshore Waterfront Park, so, okay. You're welcome. All right, this is a roll call vote.
Anna Braun,
Yes.
Timothy Cummings.
Yes.
Antonetti Vola,
Yes, abstaining from 7.
Louis Figueroa,
Yes.
Lori Herrick.
Yes.
Lee Woo Hung. Yes. Wilbur Pan.
Yes.
Mary Ann Tanios.
Yes, abstaining from 7 also. Okay. All right. Okay, human resources, item 1. Do we have a motion?
Second.
Moving and Lori, discussion? No? All right, this is a roll call vote.
Anna Braun,
Yes.
Timothy Cummings.
Yes.
Antonella Vola,
Yes. Yes.
Louis Figueroa,
Yes.
Lori Herrick.
Yes.
Lee Woo Hung,
Yes.
Wilbur Pan.
Yes.
Mary Ann Tanios.
Yes. All right, motion carries. All right. I think this is the last item, is it? Yes. Student services, items 1 through 3. Do we have a motion?
Move.
Second.
Okay. Discussion? Okay. Again, just because of budget, I want to point out, these are new as of right now. They just started?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so just so the public is aware, it is April 9th, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8?
No,
No,
before.
Four
yeah, because
Four
every-
students who require out-of-district placement now as of April 9th, totaling almost $160,000. This could happen to us at any point of the year, which is why it makes our budget even more difficult. And Joe, I know you mentioned before that costs can go up at any point. Can they go up even after this point?
Yes.
So, okay, so next month, these schools can come back and say
So-
tuition went up another $10,000, for example.
Right. They just have
Okay.
to notify us anytime there's an increase of over 10%. And then, we have to pay, and then the certified tuition, after they do their audit, will come in with what the rate is.
Okay, all right, just for public awareness, things that are unforeseen sometimes. That's all. Any other discussion? Okay, so this is also a roll call vote.
Anna Braun,
Yes.
Timothy Cummings.
Yes.
Antonella Vola,
Yes.
Louis Figueroa,
Yes.
Lori Herrick.
Yes.
Lee Woo Hung.
Yes.
Wilbur Pan.
Yes.
Mary Ann Tanios.
Yes, motion carries. Okay, we are on to committee reports, information items, and for the good of the cause for the board. Do we all go, Anna, nothing? Okay, Lori?
I just want to say thank you to everybody that came and spoke tonight. Obviously, I just feel a lot of feelings for the people that came and the people, in our community. So I'm happy that people came to speak because community feedback is important. And but I also know it's an emotional toll to get up there and to be up here. And so, I appreciate the work of everybody. Our next curriculum committee meeting will be on April 14th. We are going to continue to talk about our literacy curriculum. I also want to thank the administration for the CPEG roundtable that was held yesterday. I believe that dialogue is really good, and having the opportunity for parents to speak and be heard and bring up issues that can be addressed by the district administrators, and having them there at night when they're probably exhausted, as well as parents, right? I think it's a good opportunity. And community feedback and sharing and dialogue is important. And then I also just want to say that on Saturday, please come join us at the library for the library and the mental health task force are pairing up to host Stress Less Day. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have some Bollywood going on outside the municipal courtyard by the library. We're going to have a walk around the municipal pond with animals and alpacas, and there will be stress-reducing events. So please, it's from 1 to 4. Please come out. It's going to be a really great event. And I think the only other thing was, I know it was mentioned at the beginning, but Churchill, they did an amazing job at Legally Blonde 2, and I think I sang the song for days, and it was just, the chorus was just stuck in my head, but it was just a really great time. So that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Lori.
Real quick, I was at the Sustainability Committee meeting on Tuesday night, and I learned about the Save Club at the high school. Launched a really awesome initiative for Earth Month. It's sort of like that is being distributed to all the elementary schools and to Hammersholt, about different ways that classes can kind of engage in a friendly competition to be cognizant of earth-friendly activities. So just really cool representation of collaboration across all of our schools and awesome leadership at the top. So just sharing that, and be excited to share more about that next time.
Thank you. Liwu?
So last night, EBEF has had its monthly meeting. Dr. Memo was
EBEF?
EBEF
Yes.
Foundation. So they approved a $50,000 First Lady grant. The recipient will be announced at the pie dinner. So if you want, will be at the pie dinner. And I'm not going to tell the name. So if you want to know who got this grant, so go to the pie dinner and buy the ticket, go to pie dinner to support.
No, they sold out.
Sold out? Good for you, Jack. But there's many ways you can support EBEF. So during this budget discussion, we rely on EBEF, Mayor Coast Charity Fund. I hope every organization in this town within the boundary of East Brunswick, please come out, support those organizations. When our students has any issue, they are their last resort to get the support they need so they can enjoy the club, the sports they really want, but unfortunately they couldn't pay for it. So last Friday, I had a meeting in Trenton for the NJSBA. It was very stressful meeting because we have to deal with the budget, and we have to spend a lot of time talking about the health insurance issue. It's not fun at all. So that's all.
Yes, thank you. I'll be at the pie dinner. I'm looking forward to finding out who won that. That's terrific. Couple of things. First off, and again, just to kind of piggyback on what Ms. Herrick said before, we really appreciate everybody coming out tonight. It's been a long night, a lot to think about, obviously. No easy decisions to be made here, for sure. If you're so inclined, as Lori had mentioned before, that EB Mental Health Task Force, in conjunction with the EB Public Library, we'll be out there Saturday from 1 to 4, and that's at the Municipal Pond in the courtyard. So hope to see you there. You know, we'll have our therapy animals, and we'll have, hopefully it'll be a beautiful day, so we look forward to seeing everyone out there and sharing some time together. But thank you again for everyone for coming and for those who stayed so long. Thank you.
I want to thank the custodians for coming tonight and speaking, and for everyone who came and spoke on their behalf. I've worked with them as a PTA president, as a mom. I see them when I'm at EB Day, at Stop and Shop. They are definitely part of the community, and I haven't slept since this conversation has begun because I can't think of ways. So I'm hoping that the union can help us think of the ways to save them. Sitting in this seat and sitting out there, I feel it's exactly the same. I feel like I don't know what else we can do. And my goal was to make sure that the children were not impacted at all. And seeing all of the options that we were able to do to save these programs for them and save the teachers that they have in front of them still doesn't feel like enough, you know? And whoever is in charge of fixing this funding formula and reforming healthcare and mandating pilot funds to the schools and properly funding special education students so that we don't have to care if the prices go up, I'd really like you to get on that, because I see a lot of things going on in Trenton, and it seems to be addressing everything but what needs to be addressed. So I look forward to Monday. Thank you.
So most of the things I was going to talk about have been mentioned already. Legally Blonde was awesome. Going to the Unsung Heroes dinner, seeing Ilya and Kate be recognized for the great work they've done as our students is a real testament to them, their parents, their teachers, and our district. CPAG Town Hall, I also had an opportunity to go there. It was great talking to parents there. That was really the main thing I wanted to mention. And also, thanks again to everybody that came and spoke tonight. It's not easy, and that is by far a huge understatement. But the thing that keeps me going is that we have a lot of really smart, committed, dedicated people in this town in all different roles. And that's how we're going to get through this together. So that's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Wilbur. Okay, so Monday, April, because Jamie had to leave, so I'm doing the human relations announcements. Monday, April 13th at the town council meeting will be the Sikh proclamation reading. And then April 26th from 1 to 4 p.m., there's a Sikh event at the library where they're going to showcase their history and culture. It's a really great event. If you've been to it before, I encourage everyone to just get out and get to know that culture if you're not already familiar with it. Volunteer Appreciation Week is April 19th to the 25th. So thank you to all of our amazing volunteers, and I hope that everyone takes finds a way to recognize them throughout that week. Likewise, Legally Blonde was wonderful. It was better than Broadway. And it inspired me actually to write our own while we were sitting there singing the lyrics. I wrote lyrics about the board. And we said we could do it as maybe like an SNL skit to raise money. Who knows? SpongeBob, as Dr. Mammon mentioned in her superintendent's report, is coming up, but we did have the coordinator reach out to us directly and say that they don't normally do this, but they want to encourage families with young children to come out because unlike a lot of the other plays that take place, this is really geared for the young children as well, and there'll be picture taking outside also. And last but not least, I received some emails, I received some feedback and comments because I am an Orthodox Christian, and people felt that I didn't perhaps advocate enough to have the Orthodox holidays off. So while race and religion are not a conflict, I sit up here and represent everybody in this town, people of every faith and even people who have no faith. With that said, the amount of concern I got, and I know Lori, Antoinette, Wilbur, a lot of you reached out to me and said the same thing, that the lack of accommodations given to Orthodox students who are celebrating holidays over the next couple of days was a little bit disheartening. It was for me as well, and again, speaking as a mom, I had to do the same thing, email, say, hey, my kids aren't going to be in school, but my concern is that in January, we approved a calendar, or was it February, whatever it was, we approved a calendar. We sat here and said, oh, if your holiday isn't recognized, accommodations will be made for you. And I don't know where the disconnect was, but those accommodations were not made. And there seemed to be some feedback of, well, why is there special consideration being given to this holiday? And I don't think it was because it was special consideration. I think it's because of the sheer volume of students who celebrate this holiday. All of the other holidays where we have this amount of students were recognized on the calendar. So I know that we can't recognize every holiday because it's just a handful of kids, but I would just hope that when we say something up here, we stand by it. So when we say we're going to make accommodations for our students, for them to be able to legally, right? That is a legal right.
Actually, the law mandates it.
Okay,
So if a child is celebrating a religious holiday, they have to be accommodated. That is discrimination if you don't accommodate a child who's celebrating a religious holiday. So if they're on a religious holiday and there's an assessment or there's work that they can't get, that has to be given to them. They can't be deprived that. It's not their problem. They have a right. And the DOE has put out a whole list of religious holidays because not every community has lots of certain types of religions. So you want to make sure that we are absolutely protecting people's First Amendment right. Children have First Amendment rights too, to exercise their religious freedoms in this country. And in order to do that, we have to accommodate that.
Yeah.
So it is a legal mandate. It's not an optional mandate.
Okay, so I apologize because perhaps I didn't advocate enough because I thought it was a conflict. I didn't know that race and religion are not a conflict. So, I would like to see the absence data, and I'm going to recommend that since this became such an issue, that we perhaps revisit the calendar. I know that there's no room to change dates for next year, but maybe even changing a contingency day for snow days to make one, if we don't happen to use a snow day, that at least Good Friday is off because again, and maybe some of you can speak to this if you like, but the sheer volume of complaints I got from people I don't even know, from other ethnic backgrounds who happen to celebrate this holiday also, and they said they were disappointed when they found out that I was actually Orthodox, and they were, couldn't believe that this hadn't been represented the way that Wilbur so nicely represented Lunar New Year. Thanks for making me look bad, Wilbur. No, thanks. So that's all. I don't know if we can bring the calendar up for discussion in a future meeting, but yeah.
Is that something we need to make a motion on?
I don't know if right now.
Why don't we discuss it?
Yeah.
Okay, 'cause
Yeah.
Thank you.
You just have to, if you're going to make a change, you just have to do it before July 1st of 2026 when the new school year starts.
Yeah. Well, it would be a contingency date anyway. It wouldn't change.
It wouldn't really
Oh.
change.
Yeah.
It would be just that if we had an extra day that we didn't use, that we'd consider it as.
Yeah, and I think, I know we said we'll do a calendar committee, bring that back, right?
We will.
And we have the interfaith, position now where we can connect with our interfaith leaders and see what people actually want as holidays. And more than anything, data-driven decisions. So what does our absence data actually look like? And I think the next 2 days will be a good reflection of that, because this isn't just limited to one ethnic group. There's Coptic Orthodox, Russian, Greek, Armenian, Ethiopian, Eritrean, Ukrainian. Yeah, I can keep Belarus. I can keep going. So it's, I didn't, I knew the volume, but I didn't realize it was, sorry.
If you're the last one, that's it.
No.
No, because I would like to revisit our conversation about doing a survey doing a survey part of that calendar committee where you're asking the community what they want, because I've had a couple of parents reach out to me and say, I don't even know why we're given this holiday. We don't even want it. So if you're giving a survey out and people are going to, I think you suggested putting it in Genesis, right? So that this way it stays specific to the parents.
So people don't fill it out more than
Right.
once, and that way.
But if you're getting enough feedback, we might have less holidays on the calendar if if that community doesn't want to represent, doesn't want that represented on the calendar.
Yeah. And the other thing this brought to light where people were saying oh, my child can't miss school because they have 2 or 3 tests that day. Why are we giving students 2 or 3 tests on one day? Shouldn't, we talk about mental health and then we're we don't have funds for mental health. This isn't something that needs funds. This needs people to talk to each other, and just say, and I know we're supposed to prepare them for the real world, but I was in a very competitive program in college. Our departments spoke to each other and said, hey, biochem, guess what? You're not going to give your exams the same day as physics. That's just how it worked. So this is preparing them for the real world. And even at work, I'm sure you can all relate, even some of our staff who's still here, when you have competing priorities, you say, okay, this is going to come first. So why do kids have 3 tests in one day? That's anxiety provoking. I'm not sure why we do that to ourselves.
I feel the need to respond.
Yes, please do.
A few things happened. I think this was a perfect storm. The fact that we'd already changed, switched, I think we moved marking periods, right, Joyce?
The last day of the marking
The last day of the
period
month,
was pushed
we
back
moved
one
it.
day.
And I was looking back, this has not happened in more than like 5-6 years, where the marking period is ending just as we have Orthodox Holy Week. So a few things there. And that might be some of the angst. Secondly, we plan a year ahead. So as much as we passed the calendar and we said we were going to do well, we have plans to do well when we set up for September, for 2026, 2027. Some of these dates and the lateness of it all, I think last week or 2 weeks before we went on spring break, or the 3-day week, whatever, like 5-day long weekend, I know that the academics had sent a reminder about making sure that people honored the, I can't remember the verbiage now, is Friday morning. But I say all that to say that we recognize that we do have work to do and that we do need to map out and think globally. Because when we say we're a diverse community and that we celebrate the diversity, we have to look at our practices as well. We have to look at how we apply and what that looks like beyond just saying it, right? And that it's a conversation we're going to have tomorrow morning. I'm going to be here where we start our strategic steering committee tomorrow morning. And these are parts of the big buckets we want to talk about. To your point about the survey and making sure we should do that. We've not done that. We've not done that. We've not had a strategic plan. We've not even spoken about the changes that we're seeing in our kids today and in their ability to handle things, right? So we want AP courses. This is crunch time for AP. This is crunch time for AP. They take exams in another month, right? And that is driven by College Board. We don't have a say. So we also have to consider that. Because I remember a couple years ago, maybe it was Eid, and literally the week of Eid, they had to take assessments, right? So those are big ticket items that we need to talk about. And you're right, we will talk about them. We've not had a conversation, we will talk about them. So we do apologize. I apologize on behalf of the district for, any kind of angst that we've caused. But I can assure you, the students who missed assessments will have an opportunity to take them. And I know that some did offer, some of our staff already told them, we know you're celebrating, or we know that this is your Holy Week. And I know some staff gave students an option to take the assessments ahead of time. They opted to. Now, can I tell you that we consistently did that across the board? No, I couldn't. So I'm not going to sit here and say that, but I just wanted to share some perspective. And so when we have that calendar committee and we map out a 3-year calendar, right? Mm-hmm. Not just 1 year, just really looking out. We have to start to think about not, 27, 28. Let's do 27, 28, 28, 29, 29, 30. What does that look like? And then you can plan big time. It could be that, holidays that make sense here or because of where they are. Next year, it is because, right? Somebody emailed us about, why don't you have Lunar New Year on the new calendar? It's a Saturday, right? It's a Saturday. So things like that. But if we map it out, then you can see where the holidays are. Then we can say in every 3 years, this is what we commit to. And then we do the survey and see how much engagement we get there. We can pull the absentee. I am actually particularly curious to see the absentee data for today and Friday, especially because I know it's a holy day. Most of our students will be out, and staff, right? So what does that look like for us? Because it's not just about it's not just about students, our staff too, who are celebrating and might not be able to come to work. So we will, as long as we have an agile organization that continues to be flexible and look at things in a sense, in order to improve, that's the best we can hope for. We will make mistakes, but we will correct them. So I just urge in people's indulgence, and we're sorry for those, I know Mary Ann, Dr. Tanyas, you were fielding a lot of, I know we were in it together and all of that, so I apologize for all of it. It took away my 2 days. It really did. Yesterday and today it did, but lesson learned. And Dr. Boley and I have been talking about it for the last few days, and we already have a plan of how we start to begin to attack this, so.
Thanks. Thank you. That is all. Yes, and again, I apologize for not advocating. I didn't know I was representing the individual communities as opposed to all of East Brunswick, but that's okay. Okay, motion to adjourn.
Move.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Have a good morning, everyone.